You all had a wonderful day yesterday as the market continued to sell off, finishing down around 2%, a little bit more than 2%. We had the VIX finish up about 8% yesterday, up about 2% right now since the futures reopened, sitting at 22.69. So when we talked about how getting close to that 20, uh, and getting below the 20 for the first time in a while, actually, and then boom, little volatility kicks back into the market. So we'll do what we do every single day, and we will go ahead and pull up the monthly chart just to get zoomed out to refresh our brain about the trend, right? Because this can happen oftentimes. We can see, we can, what's the weekly? Monthly. Oftentimes we can get a little bit distracted by current price action and not pay attention to what's actually going on. So you can see, I'm gonna go ahead and just erase this one. But we're still, and we had a little peak above that yesterday, but have since pretty much came back down to it. And then really to get the big picture, or to get the real picture, I guess, we'd have to look at the SPX, the index, and you could see how much closer it is on the index, or how much less of a break it looks like on the index, just because the index isn't adjusted, right? Like the contracts for the futures are. Um, and then you can see this is the COVID swing low, COVID or all-time high on the index, and then that came down right down to that 50 SMA and the 50% retracement from a Fibonacci. So that's a pretty big deal, I feel like. Switching over to the weekly, you're still maintaining trend, right? Kind of off this trend a little bit, but still holding. We're right at that 20 on the weekly. We also are right on balance low, and when we switch back to the ES, we'll take a peek at it. But you can kind of see we're just lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. So, the pattern is still continuing. Um, but on a weekly basis, we have had a cessation of that one time framing up, and now we're getting back into this move out of this previous balance. And we're in, I would say, a 4 week balance, to be honest with you. Like, I know this is kind of a look above and fail, but you've got a balance going on here for the fourth week in a row so far, and we're pressing right against the low of that. So there could be some larger time frame traders or players in the market today. And so here we can see this would be like a cash only futures, right? We're still in the SPX, but it would be like a cash only futures. We could even switch over to the, and really the only reason I'm showing you this is just so you could see this gap down here. There's still a gap below, and we know gaps are forms of excess. So we can assume until this gap gets tested that there's still a buyer, a longer time frame buyer in the market, right? Because this is all the way back from 11:10, and today is 12:07, right? Yeah, 12:07. So, that's a pretty decent amount of time. You can see that I highlighted the gap on the futures market. But we are one time framing down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row now. We're breaking down past that 100-day moving average, right? A lot of people were kind of fixated on the 200. 200 is still sloping down, got sold off quite a bit, and now we're back. You can see kind of where the balance low is at. This 39.51. This is where we had, I mean, we can't assume that this balance is a perfect balance. This is the low of balance. This is the high of balance. But we can be reasonable here, right? The balance, you could draw it from wick to wick. You could try to incorporate as many bodies if you wanted to, where basically the value is at. That's really up to you. So there's no perfect way to draw a balance zone. What we can take a more in-depth peek at is on a daily basis, we can kind of assume that these are single prints, right? Or kind of treat them like single prints until we get back down to this period's high, and that would be back into the gap. So at this point that the market's at, and this is why today is so important, and why I think I'm harping on this so much, and it was really kind of weighing on me last night. Morning, Roach. We just had 2 big days of sell off, right? So we can assume now that we're at the low of balance, if this buyer wanted to wait to buy prices lower, this is his chance. So this buyer that we know that was here, right? Or this is where we know trap shorts were at. So there's probably, buying in here and buying back here. I mean, we know where there was buying because we were there. But if this bigger long time frame buyer is wanting to, or is really about that life, like he's saying, right? He's been moving prices higher. This is his opportunity to buy the market on a discount, right? Because prices have moved. What is this? If we were to look at this just from, I can't see it. Just from that high on the first to the low, we're down about 4.77%. So almost 5% down. So if he didn't feel like buying prices higher, well, now he's got a 5% discount in just a couple of days that he since the first of the month, prices are 5% lower, kind of that time, right? And we're pulling back into what I would say, was at once resistance. We've talked about this. Holding support on top of it, back to test it again for the third time. This low here was 39.12 half, and the low of today was 39.14. Those are very, very close. So maybe we get a fix of it. Not technically at the exact same tick, so we'll kind of see. But basically, I think that a longer time frame trader is at, or maybe intermediate, is at a point today where they're going to have to make a decision. They're either going to have to buy this thing up, which will probably cause us to come back to that 4,000 level today, or they're going to have to, capitulate, and that will probably trade us back down into the gap. We're back where our 50 moving average is starting to get on the upslope, and the 100 is starting to get on the upslope too. And I haven't abandoned, I haven't just like completely given up on any chance of upside at all. I know the last 2 days I've been pretty short bias, but it's just because that's what the market was doing, right? We are intraday traders, so we've got to trade with what the market's doing that day, but the thesis or the longer term thesis can still be in there. And that's kind of one of the reasons that I was during D period or an E period, when the market got a little bit too short, it seemed to me, trying to catch a little pop, and we did catch a little bit of pop, but there was no continuation. So jumping into the profiles, we kind of see the same thing. More intraday, we really do have a B-shaped profile. It is kind of an ugly B, right? And it has excess on the low, but nonetheless a B-shaped profile. The rally at the end was really unsustained. If you guys watched it, we pretty much, just one time frame lower. This is that DE period where I was talking about. E period got right to the high of D period and then ended up selling off right after we closed the stream. Basically one time frame down, and then finally caught a little bit of a pop. All the short covering into the close is really what it seemed like. And as the market started to get value lower, you never really got that shift of volume. Volume had been kind of moving down all day. Even inside here, it kind of moved down a little bit, balanced here. You can see where it closed at. So interesting that the BPOC is so high from the low, and that kind of makes me think that most of the selling yesterday was old business. and old business liquidation and momentum sellers or weak-handed traders that have to close out before the end of the day, which is why the VPOC is kind of so high off of the low. Let's go ahead and update these levels. We still got 10 minutes, so we still got a plenty of time. Our settle yesterday was 45. What was the last? Last was 45 as well, so they finished right on the same spot. So they basically just moved up and agreed right there. It's interesting. The 100 is sitting at like 37. We'll just call it there. We just want to have them on there just because we know there could be a reaction off of those levels. We're not necessarily playing those levels. I'm not necessarily playing those levels at all. I just, assume that some traders are going to be trading off those levels, and I just want to be paying attention to or looking for the reaction from those areas. All right, so getting into the overnight session, we basically have balance for the most part, inventory, I would say. Right, we've got a big chunk and time spent above, and then a little bit of look down, and we're coming back up right now into leading into the open. Um, I'm still I'm still kind of leaning to the downside today because balance rules are in play, and we know with balance rules, the first thing that we want to do is any break of balance, which we have broken, we want to monitor for continuation, right? So we want to see if the sellers are really about that life and they're going to keep selling and keep moving prices lower and keep providing supply to the market. Um, and if they don't, they dry up, we'll look to see if we get that acceptance back inside of balance. So basically what I'm looking for today, what I'd like to see, if I'm going to get any upside, I want to see it right away. I want to see these sellers just not even, they called in sick today. And I want to see us get above that settle and just really just go up there and start tagging that. And I'm still looking for this 66 level, right? We've got this mechanical high sitting up there. This is where we saw a bunch of inventory yesterday, and the market never, right? We took a trade in E period. I think it was actually like 55. I can't remember though. And we were looking for it to get up to that 66, never did, ended up failing. Um, what can you do? But that's where the inventory was at. So I have that number written down, and that's what I'd like to see. Any upside that tests that, this is where I'll just be looking for a reaction at. So I don't have like my sights set on like 4,000 today. Really, I think today probably will be very technically traded. We're opening up inside the previous day's range. We're going to be opening up inside yesterday's value as well. So we'll look for acceptance above or below that point of control, which just happens to be right on the settle. Any failure to hold above that point of control puts value area low as the target. You've got Globex point of control down there. You've got the 100 DMA down there, right? And you can see where price is at right now. So that could be the target off of the open. To the low side, acceptance below yesterday's low, really that's when it starts to get slippery. And if we start to see the market look like it did yesterday with all of the internals and everything, just, I mean, you could see kind of how it ended, not as bad as it was. If you were watching, we were getting some pretty decent trending to the downside, but kind of dried up right at the end. But anything like that, any look like that again today, really I think could be taking us down to that gap, um, and that's down like below 3,900. So there's this previous poor high down here that never got fixed from that the day we gapped up. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it. Um, everything else looks pretty normal. There's a lot of talk yesterday about bonds. Bonds are up. And bonds went up yesterday while the market went down. So, but there was a rotation out of oil, it looks like, as well. Morning, Peter. Morning, Lecker. Morning, Roach. Morning, Dad. Morning, Kevin. Oh, I guess. JB, good morning. Thomas, good morning. All right. Now we are ready. Now we're motivated and ready to kill it. Tobias, good morning. Live for love. Good morning. Let's go. Got about 4 minutes still. So
Morning.
anything that you need to do, get ready for today. Now's the time. Yesterday on the Jones and Friends show on Tasty Trade, they had Chris Vecchio and Ilias Feedback on the same show. So if you guys get a chance to check that out, it's worth a listen. It's like an hour and something long. They just talk about the market, and I just think it's like really, the three of them especially have a unique perspective and can really just, it's not like you have to agree with them, but it can just at least get your wheels turning. That's really what I like about it, is that their show is a very thought inspiring show, and it's not just like a, hey, this is what's going to happen and I know what's going to happen because I'm a fucking genius. It's more of like a, what do you think about this? This is what I think. And it's I really enjoy that kind of just like that platform, the way that they run that. Time is it? Yeah, 45 seconds. So this morning I talked about how there was a buyer down here, this 1820. We see all the volume, and we see how far the market has moved away from that, back inside yesterday's range and back inside yesterday's value. And you could see the TPOC right here where the market's opening up at. So I feel like if if the market doesn't get any downside right away, we might open up a little bit negative breath wise, but let's pay attention to the sectors here. And if they flip green right away, that's going to be a go with, and we probably get a good opportunity to trade back to yesterday's point of control. And that 39.44 has been a huge level on the upside initially to break this upside to get up above that 4,000 again, and then back again yesterday on the way back down. So there's the open. Not very much movement right off the gate. Almost looks frozen.
Looks like it stalled.
Yeah, it does.
You are frozen.
Yeah, this
It's
screen is
yeah.
frozen. What the fuck?
Sectors all turning green.
Yeah, they are. But the market's moving up too. That's weird. I wonder what's happening.
Gotta unplug it, plug it back in.
I guess so. But we can see it here. So back above the VWAP, all the sectors are turning green here. The tick opened up a little bit lower, but that's just because we opened up below the settle. There we go. Now it's catching up there. So it looks good still. Let's see if this tick can really start catching some upside, and then you could start seeing some more movement. Little bitch. Market's still trying to work its way up here. This tick can get above zero. We should be clear for liftoff here. Tech's not looking great, but it's not that bad. Just had a little bit of a flush, but the market didn't go with it. So, and now there it goes. It pops again. Pops that 20. We got sellers stuck here on this 38. Remember that 44 was a very key level. So let's kind of see a little bit of a bid chase up right there, and then kind of back off. I just moved my stop to 39.75. I'm gonna leave it right there. See if we can get some continuation here. There we go. There's that 44, tapped it. A little bit of a retracement off that 44. We kind of expected that. It's been a big level. Really, as long as the market's above 38.50, it's pretty much good, I feel like. As long as we can keep this holding green. We have our balance low drawn at 51. We're back above the settle now. Basically right at the settle. Oh shit. My bad, didn't see your comment, bro. Teaching people to fish, so to speak. Tom Brown, outdoorsman of the New Jersey, learned from an elderly Indian in the 60s. He called it coyote teaching. I'll have to look that guy up. That sounds like a pretty cool story, Tom Brown. There's a big volume at 55, but really I think 66 is honestly. I mean, we could get a pullback. We're pretty much just squeezing straight up here from the open, but um, yesterday's 66 seemed to be the biggest. I don't know, like I guess thing in the way. Even more selling there, getting stuck. Now we're back above the 50. Buyers trying to lift the bid here. They get it. Not bad. That's an easy fucking trade, huh? Don't even have to worry about it. It hasn't made any retracements at all. Mechanical A high right off that Globex high. This thing's just squeezing up. Look at the sectors. They're just green as fuck. Tick out above zero. I mean, there's a lot of volume here at the 55 comparatively, but 66 was the biggest level yesterday. And to me, this just looks like stop losses. I think we'll just run through this. We'll run to 60, then we'll run to 66. The moving averages, Google Sheets, you have the 50, which is this blue, and this pink line is the VWAP, not a moving average. I guess it is volume weighted moving average. It's literally what VWAP stands for, but yeah, it's the VWAP. Okay, so there's our first pullback since the open, pretty much. No problem, bro. So let's see, where was our, where could we find a spot? That was the second standard deviation. Makes sense. So where's the first standard deviation at then? That's probably where they'll buy it. 47.5. So let's call it 50. Let's watch these sellers get stuck here.
Easy morning.
Yes, it was. Nice when you get an easy morning. And I mean, it just so happened that the market came to a spot that basically set us up to either go long or short. You know what I mean? It almost never works like that. And I've even heard people talk about like, oh, I'm gonna get a fucking, I think it was my dad. He's like, I'm gonna get a Apex account and put one on long and one on short, and then just one of them will get qualified. And I'm thinking to myself like, you know, that is the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my entire life. And it probably, what would happen is both accounts would get fucking blacked out. with how the market moves. But today was just kind of like today would have been the perfect day for that. Not that I'm condoning that at all, because I think it's stupid, but today would have been really like as soon as the market opened, if you wanted to get long above it, short below it. So pull back to that 50 twice now. Look at the volume, point of control moves up. There's not really like a super weak spot below us. Not that I see, at least like structurally. Like, I mean, yeah, we've got 600 contracts here, 800 contracts below, but comparatively, with you just got 3,000, 2,000 below that, that's not really not that weak. So they could easily just kind of fill this back in. That first standard or second, was it first standard deviations on the 47? So if they can't even get it back below that, then probably. Seeing the offer move back onto the 55. So that offer that was on 55 moved out of the way. So that one didn't trade. Now it's back. It's not a huge offer, but it's just the biggest one, like relatively close to the. But these sellers get exhausted here. A lot of selling right here on this 51.75. If they don't start shoving it down, then probably gonna move up. Shoving it. They're trying hard right here. These sellers are. Hold this thing down. What's that, Kevin?
Are you still in the same trade?
I'm flat. I flattened out my. I'm trying to look to see if I can get back in. They got it. So the offer came back. So now we just have to kind of wait a second until that 51.5 comes back to. All right. Sellers tried this off. This is the spot where they offered before. Let's see if they try to offer this again. They can't get it lower. Basically, if the like they're doing an okay job actually. Sellers don't want to see that 51.5 get. So here's that first standard deviation. Now we're seeing kind of a break back below. Back down to the settle here. Volume, point of control. So I'm not a huge fan of how this acted. We just kind of traded right through that. So it kind of looks like a little bit of absorption up here. You have pretty decent tapering off of the high. So basically just have to sit here for a bid to show up. Look at tech flipped all the way to red. The weighted AD's green, but not by a ton. Tick is coming back to the 0 level here. Really no bid. There was a ton of bids that stepped up higher and kind of just got out. So it might have just been a bunch of people taking profit. that high? That high was pretty close to yesterday's value area high, so some selling above there. People taking profit above the Globex high. Nasdaq came back down to its VWAP. Yes, it's still a little bit above its VWAP. Kind of. Would you see Apex won't allow multiple logins? Basically, Apex already thought of that, and since it's not allowed in a private account, they won't allow them either. What do you mean? You can be short and long in a private account. And on Apex, you would just have to use 2 accounts.
I've had that issue. What you have to do is change your ATM strategy. So you open one of them with one ATM strategy. You switch it from the one with the lightning and switch it back to the original, and then open up the second one in the other direction. And then it will allow you to do it. But what happens is that when you open a trade with an ATM strategy already set, it immediately assumes that if you add any additional trades in there, that they go together. And so if you put a short in one and then it sets it to the one with the lightning, and then you put another long in there, it'll immediately do the buy and close the other one out. That makes sense?
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
That's the answer to the question that guy was asking. If that's how you do it.
That won't happen if you don't have the lightning. Yours is set up a little different, Stace, because you know what? Yours, when you go into a trade, yours instantly puts the lightning up there. Is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, mine doesn't. Mine, I actually have to go
And select it.
I have to go select it because yours will only select the one that you have in there. Yours will only let you lightning trade the one that you have selected, because it'll give you a list of all the different trades that you have going. So you say you wanted to copy a trade and say
Yeah.
you
can just select.
You can choose which one you want to add to when you do the copy.
Right. Got it. Anyway, that was what I had to figure out in order to be able to do a trade in both directions at the same time.
So ES pulls back to its VWAP. Nasdaq's kind of leading the way lower now. Nasdaq's down 0.64, Dow's down 0.07, ES down 0.1. Nvidia's starting to turn down. J&J. What'd you say the bot was in a put? Oh, didn't trade. Apple's getting beat down here.
Bot didn't get in a put, or bot didn't get in a trade. Accounts are 1 in 44. They're kind of low, but I just got a call count in AMD, so I'm actually potentially going to take my own trade in AMD to the upside.
Isn't there profits today for GameStop
Earnings? Yeah.
earnings? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get into a call in AMD because of my call count. We'll see where it goes. I probably won't let it go more than 10% at most. But it depends on volatility. 10% in either direction. But I have to, in order to keep my trader tax status, I have to trade. So I'm just going to chance it.
We have to trade so many days a week.
You have to trade. Yeah, you have to trade so many days a week, and you have to leverage a certain amount of money. And so, I need that in order for me to be able to do trading in my Roth and in my regular using the bot, or else I end up with wash sales. Oh,
Right.
and then I just got a put count. So that's kind of a secondary bad indicator.
So this spike that we're looking at, where it just went up and came right back down to basically where it was when it opened.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just all short covering?
Yeah, it might have been. It might have just been short covering. Yeah, just because of how it went straight up like that. That would
Yeah,
probably
straight up
be
and straight back down.
Yeah.
I would.
that'd be a good analysis, I think. It was just weird, like there was no selling at all until that 50, really, till that 52 area. Where did we see the seller at? The 51.50. That's where it was at. 51.5.
51.50. Haha.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so it's pretty much written in stone. We are moving to Texas.
When?
Probably within the year.
Oh, really? That quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, Denise's parents are taking a nosedive health-wise. So
That's
this
not
is
good.
one of the best ways to do it to make it so we could take care of them.
You're gonna move like to Frisco, probably area or Dallas area.
Definitely looking in that area, north of Dallas. I don't know. I'm not too keen on going north of Dallas because that's where tornadoes go. But you can get a lot of bang for your buck in regards to moving that direction. But probably Frisco. They were looking at a couple different places, and I can't remember the names of them because they have some funny names over there.
We had fewer
I think
tornadoes
that's
last
good.
year.
The bid
How many
is
tornadoes?
back in the market, so be careful. If you're in a short, this would be a time that you're probably looking to cover now that we're back above the open. Because there's a bid underneath of the open right there. And you're seeing really mixed signals here. It's hard to be in a trade at all. I'm kind of sad that I missed that whole downside, but I mean, you've got tech red. The next top 3 out of 4 are green. And so you're at like 15, 25, 35, 36 versus 26. So that's kind of a wash, but plus this 7 basically ties it out. And so then you come down here, industrials 8%, staples 7%. There's a wash. Energy 5, utilities 2, or utilities 3, materials and real estate. So you're basically green, but not by much in the market. You're like 9% positive in the market, 10% positive in the market. So you're like a 60-40 mix here with buyers versus sellers.
If that tick goes under 600, then it's pretty good. It's gonna go down, right?
No, that's just saying that the selling is strong, honestly.
I sold my call. I got into a put to basically make up the loss. I'm a little bit up. I sold that. Counts are 0 and 66. So that's not an extremely strong indicator, but it definitely is leaning toward there's lots of perceived selling in the market.
I mean, this is one of
Well,
the larger
reasonable amount.
A ranges that we've seen lately. But look where the low's at. And look where the high's at. We're still inside yesterday's range or yesterday's value. So there's not really much we can really start assuming yet until we start seeing this, right? And look at our breadth picking up a little bit. But this is basically where we opened, and the breadth opened up very similar to this. So we either need to see this go green for us to get green and the market get above the open, or for these to start going red and the market stay below the open, and then we can kind of go with. But if we look at this in a bigger picture, let me pull up the daily chart again. It's a weekly, daily. Okay. So if we look at it in a bigger sense of a daily, if there's somebody playing the range and they're a buyer down here, seller, buyer, seller, this would be an area where we would see short covering, right? Sellers are buying their shorts back, and if buyers buy again, we should see that rotation back up. If not, rotation back down into that gap. And it could get going quick, I think. If it goes to break the low, I think it's going to go fast, and you might have to force your way in because it's going to be probably pretty violent. But so far, for the most part, down on this low, we're just seeing more short covering, and we're kind of flirting back again with the open. Looks like there's some decent excess there up at the top, though, now. Look at the tick. This is why we're saying, like, just because it gets below 600 doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to keep going lower. The VWAP's right at 37 still. You're breaking this uptrend off of the high. Or downtrend, excuse me. You could see, like, if you were to, like, connect all of these, you're kind of breaking up above that. The VWAP's pretty flat. There's probably decent odds that we're trading back to this 37 here. Ticks increasing. Healthcare is going up. Tech is going down still, though. A little bit of selling that's trying to front run the VWAP right there, that 37. But a bid steps up here. Buyers need to get above 35 quarter. This thing's going to get spilly again.
I watched some YouTube videos and fixed my computer yesterday. I'm pretty proud of myself.
Nice. Shorts cover on that 31.5 right there. So let's watch this level 31.5. A lot of selling coming in down here, but the market's not moving lower yet. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I was like, damn, that's a
How
lot
big
of
trades?
selling, and the market's not doing anything, and then all of a sudden it just fucking smacks. Look at it, skipped on the tick right there. There was a ton of selling coming in. That was interesting.
No.
If this thing gets above the open, it's just gonna go, I think, like up, and it's gonna might be hard and fast. There's a stacked liquidity right here above the open.
My best day, it's only 7 o'clock.
Good shit.
18 points on 2 trades.
Nice. And way to go for having 2 trades. For just starting futures, most people would have like 18 trades by now.
I usually don't try to trade it till B period just to see how it's going, but
That's not a bad
it's pretty easy.
idea, especially when you're starting out. It's not a bad idea. All right, so above the open here, if we see these offers flip, yeah, there it goes. So there's a smack of 35, and then we can assume 37 is next. There's 37. That's a VWAP. So if they hold here, because this is where all the selling was just below this, all these shorts are going to get nervous again and probably cover. They need to, the sellers need to smash this thing back down below the open. But look at the tick. So there's the flip of the VWAP. Oops, right at it. But trying to hold above it. Look at consumer discretionary's red.
And there's no news till Friday, right?
What's that? No news till Friday?
No speakers till Friday.
Let me see. Today we get oil inventories, but that's in 30 minutes. It's every Wednesday. Tomorrow we get continuous jobless claims, no speakers though. And then Friday or that's Thursday, excuse me. Then Friday we've got PPI and PPI, core PPI, and then month over month. Is anybody in this long or no? Look at the tech. It's pulled off. It was negative 50. Consumer discretionary was just red. Now it's green.
I'm in.
Hell yeah.
I took 2 off. I just got 1 now.
Nice. Very nice. How much?
I
Yeah,
pushed it
nice
out.
call above the open there. That was a nice call.
Thanks.
I don't want to jinx my good day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting people to take like my thoughts. Actually, honestly, like I sometimes enjoy the Discord more because people talk more on the Discord. I don't know if it's like YouTube, they don't want to talk on YouTube, but you get more of a conversation, which is kind of like the whole point of this, like you know, the balance it out. Like yesterday, Roach really was helpful for me because he was balancing me out on my, because I was short for most of the morning, and then all of a sudden shorts got a little bit too short, and I was like, oh shit, this could be the bottom of, because we were right here. And so I was like, oh, balance, because balance is at the 50, right? It's at 51. We're basically like right there. I was like, oh, this could be it. This could be where they cover from balance, and then we start to rise. But he was like, hey, said what he said and kind of kept me on balance, basically, like saying like, okay, we could still go lower, and everything is looking like we are gonna go lower. So, like, are you long from 35? Nice. I don't see any speakers on Friday, Kevin. So might have not have any speakers. Oh no, you know what? This week is a Fed blackout week because next week is the interest rate. So yeah, there's not gonna be any Feds on this week. And if they
I was
are,
just thinking about that PPI I was looking at.
oh yeah, PPI, yeah, that should be a decent mover. Nasdaq pulling back here a little bit, and you're seeing the market pretty much fail right off of that 50 for the most part. Same spot that it failed at before. If these fucking buyers are gonna keep buying. If tech goes green, look at everything else is green now. I'd like to see the breath start picking up, but tech goes green, we should be fucking golden, pony boy.
Were you two when that movie came out?
Fuck, I don't even know if I was alive when that movie came out. I read the book in school. Let's see. That movie's got to be before me, I
Hey,
think.
Golden Pony Boy. It's a great movie. It had a lot of stars in it too. A lot of stars in it.
Yeah,
Like
dude.
before they were
Yeah, it
stars.
was in the 70s. I don't know, what was it, late 70s?
83.
No,
83.
Oh, 83?
The
Oh, I thought it was
Outsiders?
late.
I was,
70s.
Yeah, 83.
I was 13. I remember seeing it in the theater.
Yeah, that was before I was born. A couple years. 5 years.
Wow.
That was like one of my favorite books that we ever, because I wasn't a big reader as a kid. I didn't get into reading until I was an adult, and that was like one of my favorite books as a kid that we read in class.
It's a weird book to read in class. We did like Wrath of Grapes and stuff, or Grapes of Wrath and stuff. But
Boom, volatility kicking on. How do we close that fucking Nasdaq trade? Back below the VWAP there. Look how thin the book is today. That's why price is jumping all around right now. Offer moves down to that 33 quarter. They get covered. This is what it looks like to me. And I know I'm long side bias always, but it looks like that basically they're putting like a buy stop order in, right? Like a big buy stop order. And they're like moving them down, chasing price lower, and then they get filled as the market, like as it stops getting lower, all of them get filled down here where volume's at, but that's what causes the price jumps that we've seen today. And that's it. See, there's another one. Like it just, you had your stop at 44. Good shit.
There's comments coming out that Putin's talking about using nuclear weapons in the last 2 minutes too.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. Can you imagine being a gigantic country and just not even being able to take over a little ass country? Oh wait, America, Iraq. Everyone's like shit talking Russia, like, oh, I can't believe it's taking them so long. They're fucking weak as fuck, blah blah blah. But they forget, like, it's not as easy.
they don't, and they don't believe in mutual assured destruction. They believe they can win a nuclear war. You know, they've got underground for their whole
Russia,
population, and
yeah.
Russia thinks if they strike first, they'll win. They don't have the same belief we have that everyone will die.
We pretty much lost every war we ever fought. We lose
Correct.
every war we fought.
In
I
my
mean, I
lifetime.
don't know if we lose it on purpose, but whatever.
Well, I don't know. World War One was like the biggest winner for America.
Well, I don't count that because it wasn't just us, and that was probably like a real war, not really as much of a political war.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And World War II didn't end when we dropped the nukes. It ended when Russia invaded Japan. You know, so
Yeah, World War II, that wasn't because of us. We didn't win because of us.
it is crazy how he left all that shit in Afghanistan, though. That just still is crazy to me.
Did you see there's a report now that there's like 3 trillion or maybe it's some $1 trillion missing from the COVID relief that the Senate is like unaccounted for. Man, this is nice. Let's go.
No, wait, did you see the Defense Department failed another audit, and they're 61% of their assets they can't account for.
That's what they failed an audit, and there was like
61.
there was like a big ass what's it called? There was like a big dollar amount that they're unaccounted for. It was like $1 trillion or something. It was like over $1 trillion.
20 something trillion, which is almost what our national debt is. But I don't know, you're in the military. It's always been crazy to me how they're so precise with everything, how to tie your shoe, how to make your bed, everything. But when it comes to money, it's like la 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 la.
Yeah.
Hammer cost 600, it cost 2,000. La 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 la. It's so weird.
Yeah, we say like things like, it's funny in the army, like, you know, let's say you lose something and you're gonna have to pay for it. Well, it's gonna cost you a lot more than it's worth. And whereas like in, you know, like in the real world, you'd go bargain shop if you lost something that you needed to give back, right? Let's say like a fucking elbow pad or something. Well, if you don't go to like a surplus store and buy an elbow pad from them for $20, you're gonna pay the army $70 for it. And the army
Yeah.
goes to this like the cheapest bidder. So like most of the stuff that you buy the army gives you that you sign for, basically, because you don't just get anything given to you. You sign for everything. And so if you fucking lose it, you have to pay for it. But everything that you sign for is just a giant pile of shit. So
Yeah. And that was one of the 9/11 conspiracies that Rumsfeld, the day before, had announced another $20 trillion missing. And then right after that, we upped the money. Like, oh, you lost all that money? Okay, we'll give you more.
yeah, exactly. The
We
Nasdaq's
still have
having
it
a hard
there.
time
So,
getting above its VWAP right here. But it's trying. If the Nasdaq can start holding above its VWAP, there it goes. Yeah, Nasdaq's ripping here. Beat me to it. The market beats me to it again. Sorry.
You can't see in that movie War Dogs where money's just gonna be passed out. You can see it, you know.
What was that, like 20 years ago? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, volatile morning, JB. Yeah, there was some news. Peter was saying that that Putin said he wants to drop some nukes, or he wants to fight with nukes, or he thinks he's about that life.
Well, it's like in their constitution, if they get in a corner, they're allowed to use them. It's like it's crazy.
Corner. That's so funny. They own like a corner of the fucking earth. Like I don't understand how they could really be backed into a corner where they have to fucking use a
I guess
nuke.
if they like they
Like-
all right.
Like what is like? See, that's the thing. Like I understand Putin's
I think he
wanting
feels
to
if
invade
NATO's
Ukraine. Yeah, because he's over NATO's bullshit. But dropping a nuke is such an unreasonable response to that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He was saying it was because they're starting to attack Russian soil.
Mm.
That's
Who
what
is?
that's what it was in
Ukraine.
response to. Yeah, they've hit a few drone attacks on Russian bases over the last couple of days, pretty deep into
Well,
Russian.
Yeah,
You're in a war.
and then they're
Why
like,
would you not be-
and then the U.S. was like, we didn't even know they had the capability to do that. We've just been giving them all this shit, and we've been operating it. Like, you know, like I swear, it's like everyone's a fucking idiot.
Well, at least they act like it on TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think they know U.S. is like, sure, you want to bomb the fuck out of them? Go right ahead.
Yeah, we'll give you the bombs.
Well, I think it's a
Yeah.
proxy war.
We love proxy wars. It's our MO.
That's exactly our MO. Exactly.
Well, it's because it's
Yeah,
all
they
because
get
of the
they
control.
launder the money. They get to launder their money through Ukraine. Probably all that money that's missing in the covert relief is getting laundered through Ukraine.
I mean, we've attacked like 40 countries since World War II. Like, I mean, it's insane.
Well, that's because we're
We're
the
bombing
world
like 9
police.
countries right now. Yeah, but we don't do a very good job.
It's
No,
tough.
we do a pretty shitty job.
World's a big place though, so it's kind of tough. It's a
I mean,
tough,
we
it's
have
a tough
1,000
line because like, what do you want to do, right? So you live in, let's just say North America, because I know Kevin Mexico. So let's just say you live in North America, right? But people in Africa are getting just fucking enslaved and, you know, murdered day by day, given disease and all this stuff. Like, and we have the capability to help. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
could
but unless
we-
there's resources there, we don't give a shit.
well,
You
and
know?
that's the other edge of the line, right? And that's the thing is like, and then you bring it into a more micro thing, and it's like, well, we've got people being enslaved basically in the United States. We've got people in poverty, people getting diseases. You know, we've got issues. You know, we're not a perfect place, isn't it? a utopian country. Not everyone's just fucking shitting rainbows every day. So, why not just take care of our own problems? And then back to that same
We
answer.
can't pay teachers, we can't pay firemen, but
No, but
we can send
no,
40.
but it goes back to your same answer, Kevin, because there's no money in it.
Right.
There's no money in it.
No
And
political will.
unfortunately, human nature is not, they're not willing to just do something out of the kindness of their heart. Most people they expect something in return. It's like a quid pro quo society. Like, hey, I'll scratch your back, but you're going to scratch my back too. And if you can't scratch my back, well, then I don't give a fuck about you. But just because a lot of these people are rich doesn't mean they're not miserable, because I'm sure a lot of them are.
Yeah. But we have 1,000 foreign military bases that we know of that are, on the map. Next country down is China, and they have one on an island that they made themselves. Which is kind of crazy, that island they built themselves. It's pretty stellar.
Yeah, see, and it's hard being like, because like imagine the difference if China did have those 100 and something bases and they were the world police.
Yeah. Let's imagine if anybody put a military base in like Mexico. We can put them everywhere. We have 50 military bases surrounding Iran. But if somebody put one in Mexico, we'd lose our shit.
Yeah. Well, it's because we're friends with Mexico. We're like, yeah, you guys are cool.
Well, or in Canada. I'm just saying right next to us. I mean, be instant World War III.
Canada.
Nobody cares about Canada.
Canada is fucking bring them a box of jelly donuts, and they're like, all right, whatever, fuck it, do what you do, just don't come up here. And they don't have anything up there really. I mean, they don't really have shit because we own Alaska, and that's where all the oil's at. So
They have that shitty tar sand oil.
a lot of selling going on in this like 45 to 40 range, right above the VWAP. You can kind of see here. So like you can see, like, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Last 10 minutes since we came back up above the VWAP, we've just been kind of getting stuck at this 45 here, right above the VWAP. And you kind of see we have a pretty wide half pipe, pretty wide initial balance as well. That's what I call it.
Do you skate?
Yeah. Yeah, I used to skate as a kid. Maybe not now, I'm too fat. Skateboarding, well, I'm not like fat, but like skateboarding is like for skinny people. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm not fat, I'm just like, I'm solid. And so like, I'm too top heavy.
But you have a low center of gravity, right? Aren't you?
Yeah, I have a low center of gravity, yeah. But it's still like, I'm still like, skateboarders are pretty much like, they're for the most part like stick figures.
Right.
And also like gravity is pulling me down more because I weigh, 190 pounds. Back when I used to skate, I was like, well, I guess, I don't know. In high school, I was 180 pounds and I skated in high school, so maybe it's the same. Just felt thinner then. My balance is probably not as good as it was then. And my level of fear is completely different.
Well, I don't heal as fast anymore, so I can't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, back in the day, like as a kid, you're just like, fuck it. If I fall, I'll be fine. Now as an adult, you're like, if I fall, that shit's gonna hurt for like maybe a couple days, so I better be careful.
Yeah, that fuck it, I'll fall made me dislocate a hip when I was younger because I kept on jumping over bigger things on ramps.
Yeah, and then I mean, I got lucky, never broken any bones, but
Never broke anything. Popped a hip out though, and a knee.
That's gotta hurt though.
Oh, the hip.
Oh, the hip.
Oh, the hip was probably hell, I bet.
I just had to have surgery on it last year, and we have to have surgery on it probably like 3 or 4 more times in my adult life. So yeah, I don't recommend it.
Yeah, I dislocated the hip too.
How-
Not,
how
I didn't
old
have
are
to have surgery though. Huh? Oh,
Does that mean how old he was? How old he is?
What's I'm 40, but I did it when I was 12.
You're still
oh wow.
young. No,
I got in a fight. I got in a fight on the ice in a parking lot. Dislocated my
Oof.
fucking hip. Brutal. But it took a long time to heal, but I didn't have to get surgery.
No, I just had to get surgery this year, but they're trying to delay putting a new one in me. So just a matter of time.
Well, your insurance doesn't want to pay for it? They wanna
I'm in
push it off?
Colombia. Our insurance paid for everything. I don't have those American problems.
Where you at?
Many in Colombia.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
How'd you do it?
What's that?
How'd you dislocate it?
I was jumping over ramps. I rollerbladed, and I liked big air, and I jumped over my mother's car and landed wrong.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah. And the funny thing was I stood up and it was just like, oh, this is not right.
So,
So
That's what happened to me. I was laying on the ground and the guy's on top of me and I rolled him halfway off me. And I'm like, my other leg ain't fucking working. I look over and my leg's sticking straight out. I said, oh, motherfucker, I lay back down.
Mm. It's not a fun injury.
Oh.
well, we're kind of diddling in the middle here.
Yeah. Market's not really doing too much. The NASDAQ is looking weaker comparatively. Dow's up 0.16, ES is down 0.13, NASDAQ's down 0.73.
When you say weaker, you mean going down or not much trading?
Like it's not up as much as the ES or the Dow. So like it's been a weaker market as far as like the move off the low. Like if you're looking at like a 30-minute chart, it's making lower lows, and it's actually trading like at the low of a period, whereas the Dow is actually trading above the a period.
We're pretty much at open. So did you see almost a double distribution day, or it's kind of looking like it?
It more looks like balance, to be honest. Like a double distribution would be like if the market breaks up above this A high and they leave single prints and then distributes and balances up here higher, and you have single prints. That's how you would kind of qualify the double distribution day. Here, this really just looks like balance. I know we've got some
It needs to be
weak
more
spots. Yeah, it needs to be a lot different, I guess. Like here, like see how the volume's so compressed in a small zone and then compressed in a small zone? Whereas like over here, it's pretty much like all the way down. And then the ends are thin, so that's kind of like a balanced look. And that's what I'm thinking, if a break above balance, you almost kind of guarantee we test these single prints for my thought process. 66 for sure, but
It might be later today, though.
Yeah, that could happen later today for sure. Could happen in the next minute too. D period opens up and just starts ripping to the upside. It'd be great.
Just open.
Yep. Thank you.
We're getting a big project in the
Oh, nice.
buildings.
They
Come on,
reached
C
out, you
period.
reach out.
They reached out of nowhere.
See, sometimes just got patience, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Peter, we could hear you.
And it's a building, so.
All right.
Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. I don't know. I don't want you to say anything you didn't want to say on the internet.
No, no, actually, we had a client come back that hadn't given us work in 2 months and just handed us a big job, so
Nice.
that was all good. And I longed at 50, so I'm in a good spot.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, let's see some 66 here. I'll be right back.
Well, that tick jumped way up. 4,000.
Yeah, that's what got me in when I hit 1,000.
I'm in. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Yep.
I'm out. Yeah, that was close. Oh, 1 point lost, so no big deal. Try again here in a minute. I need to get where I have more confidence with bigger stops. Oh, Aspen. Bless you. Do not hack up right here. Jesus Christ. Oh, you big fucking dog. Ugh.
We got a plus 1,000 tick on that. Let's see if the iceberg paints it. Things have definitely weighted as positive, but I'm still seeing no movement on the anchor. That's the thing.
Well, tech went red too, so. Or orange, I guess. It did seem like we were going to shoot up for a second, but
Larry, do you mean a put to the downside? Do you send the money put to the downside? Or are you saying call side on the upside? Okay, so that's a good question. So I would not do that at that later. Experimenting stuff like towards the close. Like yesterday was in rallied right to the that was interesting for butterfly, and the day before as well there was butterfly. Potential for 1,000. I don't think I would do that sort. By the way, the problems with the iceberg on our site have been fixed. If you buy the iceberg, download whatever, you want to go to the membership section. But
what are we listening to?
also there was a discrepancy on a certain part of the site. If you clicked on it, it's actually the or whatever was. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. It's not really necessary. You want to put the money to work on the other side if there is. I don't think.
Glad I had that tight stop now.
Oh, dang. Yeah, pulled off quick, huh?
Yeah,
plus
last one.
1,000 tick might have hit for the bulls. They
Oh, can you
may
guys
have
hear Peter?
spent all their bulls.
Are you saying anything interesting?
If the market goes back below the 8,
That tasty
below the
trade?
8 on the 30-minute, that'll tell you
No, it's Peter Resnicek from Shadow Trader. He actually has like a thing. It's like 59
On
bucks.
YouTube?
No, it's in his like private trading thing. Basically, he
what
just
are you
charges 50 bucks a month to be like in his trade room or whatever. He's not live all day or anything, but he just posts every once in a while, and I just like to get his opinion on the market. I just like to see his opinion on the market. He's raising his prices though. He said he's raising them after Christmas. They're gonna be, I think, like 120 bucks a month, something like that. All right, Liker, we'll catch you later, man. Have a good day.
Good luck.
Yeah, he's launching his own platform. Is that what that is, JD? Or Jay Clark? I know he's launching something, but I think it's just going to be on the website, is what it sounded like. Everything's going to be through his website. And it's going to be like a new, fancier website. Oh, he's not going to be on TOS anymore? No. He's definitely going to be on TOS.
No, I'd set it in there. It's going off TOS. And then I don't know if you look at that morning newsletter, but he also did a video this morning instead of that little write-up he usually does.
Oh yeah, I need to watch that. I saw for the pre-market perspective.
Yeah, it just came really late this morning.
He put a YouTube video. Yeah, I need to watch it. I saved it to watch it after we get off. But he just made all these indicators for
I think it's just the
TOS.
squawk box he's getting off of.
Oh yeah,
That's what
yeah. Oh yeah, the squawk box. Yeah, but he's still trading on TOS.
No, he just made he's just selling a new indicator now for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's staying on he's still trading on TOS. Yeah, he's just not going to be on the squawk box.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, and he fucking moved to LA. What a pussy. No, I'm just kidding. He's a real.
Who would move to LA?
Well, I mean, he's vegan, so there's probably a lot more places to eat for him over there compared to Philly, where he was living. 2, Philly sucks ass, so I don't blame him for leaving Philly. It's a dump. I mean, he lived in like north of Philly, but Philly is Philly. It sucks. And I mean, I don't know. I don't think he lives like in the hills of LA. He doesn't live in the city, so he lives in like the outskirts of LA as well. The hour change though is going to be tough.
But let's be realistic, Brad. Most people don't leave California for Pennsylvania. You're a little odd on that one.
The state with not one professional team.
What are you talking about? One professional team?
Pennsylvania's got plenty of professional teams.
Yeah, like 1,000. Pennsylvania's like the second biggest state after Texas.
Yeah,
They don't have a football team.
Yes, they do.
They don't have.
They've got
The
2
Eagles.
football teams and the Steelers.
And the Steelers.
Yeah, both
Two
shit
football
teams.
and the Steelers.
Oh, I was
Don't fuck with the Steelers.
sorry. I was thinking about Philadelphia. Sorry.
They're not even fucking a team, huh, bro?
What's in the water in Mexico right now, Kevin? Yeah.
Jared, you got me on that one. That one killed me. Yeah, I fucking hate the Steelers, bro. Always have. But I'm a Cowboys fan.
My parents are diehard Steeler fans growing up, but
I forgot about Philadelphia. Sorry, my bad. Brain fart.
Yeah, they're only in first place in the NFL this year.
Who?
The Eagles.
What are they like 10-2 right now or something?
I think they're 11-1. I think they've only lost one game, the Eagles. Let me see. The fucking whoever changed the ESPN app, I swear to God, I'll fucking talk to the developer. At least they put that pop up is fucking, it's unacceptable.
What a world
Yeah,
we
they're
live in,
11-1. Yeah. Good. What's
Like,
crazy? I mean, look at the NFC East. Everyone's got a fucking winning record in the NFC East. It's like all of a sudden the NFC East is the division not to fuck with. It's
look
crazy.
how fast we can get our
Yeah, how the
information.
NFL
You're just like, oh, I don't know. Let me look. Oh, here it is.
Let me
Why would
open
the
this
Cowboys-
app.
It's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle, he's so funny. He's like, I hate the world nowadays. He goes, you can't bullshit anybody anymore. He goes, I used to lie my ass off all the time. He goes, nowadays people be like, oh, let's see.
Yeah,
Like, going to school's gonna be so much easier now.
because back in the day, you had to look shit up in an encyclopedia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My teacher was so stupid. She'd be like, well, you're not always gonna have a calculator with you, are you?
I remember that shit. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah, you're a
fuck.
dumb bitch. What'd you
Yeah.
know?
He didn't invest in Apple. She's still
Your
poor.
door so encyclopedias, and they were all the money too.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what I did want to bring up? You know, no judgment here, but
Uh-oh.
well, James is I don't even know if James is up to hear this really, but he'll listen to this and then text me about it later. But all of these crypto companies that are starting to fucking fall and fail, and I'm even hearing things about Binance now, but that could just be speculation. Way back, we had talked about one of these companies is going to be a survivor, right? And I know this is going to recollect with Jared because I definitely told it to Jared. And I definitely said on the stream, but the reason that I picked crypto.com was because they named the Staples Center crypto.com. And I know there's another stadium that FTX sponsored and FTX got shit on or whatever, but it wasn't the Staples Center. You know, the Staples Center, that's, I don't know, that's something else, right? That's Staples Center. Everybody knows the Staples Center. It's like Madison Square Garden, something like that. And then it got renamed to crypto.com. And so far, crypto.com's still holding. So
Didn't file for bankruptcy?
yeah, I mean, that's just normal in companies, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Smart business move.
I'm
I
just
was
saying,
surprised to see
they're pretty cheap
BlockFi
right
go
now.
down.
People are always like, Trump filed bankruptcy. It's like, no, he didn't. He had companies that did.
Yeah, one of his LLCs did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I trust that model, Brad. I fucking hate Allegiant.
Allegiant?
Yeah, they built Allegiant Stadium here in Vegas, you know.
What's
And I
Allegiant?
feel like a fucking airline,
Oh, yeah.
the shittiest airline ever.
Yeah, but they fly to Vegas. Like their number one destination.
Yeah, they got a huge hub here, yeah.
Yeah, it is a shitty ass airline, but it's cheap as fuck.
Not really. Not if you need a bag it's not.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's like, what? You want carry-on, sir? That's $75. You're like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
the bag's as much as the seat. Crazy.
Yeah, see, I never had that issue because I'm always like, boom, military ID, shit's free, let's go. But now I will though, because I don't have. I mean, I'm retired military. I'll probably just flash that and be like, "Yo, free." They'll be like, "All right, cool."
Real quick.
These are supposed to be free. I remember always having to do that with airlines, like when you're at that self check-in kiosk. Because I've flown a lot in my life, like a lot more than probably the normal person. But like at the kiosk and you're like checking in, and then it's like flashes red, and you sit down, just wait for help. And then the lady comes over and she's like, "What's going on here?" And I'm like, "These bags are supposed to be free." And she's like, "Oh," swipes her card, free.
Ma'am.
But every once in a while, you run into the one fucking person that's having a bad day, and they're like, do you have orders? And then you don't have your orders on you, then they technically don't have to give them to you for free, and they can make you pay. And you're like, didn't know you were a bitch.
I remember flying before the TSA. That's how old I am.
Oh yeah, I don't remember that.
Like I remember when I was a kid, you could smoke on a plane. Mention that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the back and forth in the market. Market's made some big moves.
Yeah, we've had
ABNC
some
pretty-
volatility today.
Early though.
Putin came out and said he wanted to nuke Ukraine.
Damn.
But I mean, everything looks strong here. We got communications coming back, and then healthcare. But like we talked about, we're kind of like, I'd say we're about like a 70-30 now. We're back above the zero on the weighted AD, just barely, very choppy. But it seems like to me, if I'm looking at this as the market here, you got some selling early on, you got some more selling, and now the market's coming back above. So, but it's unweighted. Unweighted is very high here compared to the weighted, right? Normally it's right above. So basically what we're kind of seeing here is just, to me, it looks like buying off the VWAP, buying off the VWAP. So if there's no push above this high, we can assume that if we get below the VWAP, that we're going to take out this low. And probably purple's the VWAP. Yep. So 24 was that low.
Are we gonna game today, Brad?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You guys didn't play yesterday?
No, I'm fucking jonesing, man.
What are you guys playing?
Call of Duty.
I might
it
even
good?
update Fortnite for shits and gigs.
Yeah, I was thinking about it too.
Don't tell Jay.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna tell him.
Like, we're good at Call of Duty, but we're straight murderers on Fortnite.
I just want to see if they have ranked no builds. That's it. And if they don't, then I don't want to play it. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't want to waste my time. Like this, that Call of Duty, the Call of Duty's ranked, and Adam's like, oh, I don't want to play it. I'm like, what's the point of playing this game if
you can't prove you're better than everybody else?
Yeah, like I don't want to like it. Then it just becomes like a time-consuming waste to me, and then it's not really very fun. That's what happened to Fortnite. But then they fixed it, and now they just need to make it competitive, and everyone will come back. All right, so remember what we talked about. We got that bounce off of the VWAP. They need to make a newer high right here, or else this, because we're seeing unweighted. We want to see this tech go green and get real green. Tick is looking strong. If we can see a nice tick above 1,000, that would be bullish. And then we could see back to that 66. Unforsaken yesterday.
That 66 was a little fucking battle area. It was like, no, you'll never get above it.
Yeah, exactly. My sister used to sit in the corner. You will never get this. The movie's so funny, dude. Borat. I watched it with my mom a while ago, and she was dying laughing. She was like, "This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen," but she was laughing her ass off.
Well, hey, I'm gonna go hang out with Kat real quick, but yeah, text me if you want a game.
Yeah, I'll hit you up. It'll probably be later tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me know.
For sure.
All right, brother.
All right, later.
Wait.
Tick's getting up there.
Yeah, but we're not seeing a ton of volume here. It's almost just like there's no offers, like they're just kind of letting the buyers exhaust. Yeah. I mean, really just balance, you know, like, I mean, you still have excess on the high. So 47.5. Really, if the market gets below that, I'll probably head back to VWAP. Oh yeah, their only loss is to Washington. 2 and 43 for the call put. Oh, it's only 10.50. Still early.
750 here.
Yeah, that's too good volume right there. So it didn't get back below that 750 or 47.50, excuse me. Let's see if we can make a higher high. I don't want to move my profit target farther out. Are we gonna run? It's like, so right now, if you're in a trade, you're in that decision where you're like, are we gonna run or should I just take profits because this is the high, right? It's such a tough decision here. Seeing tech really paying attention, but it's like, why do we not break out right there?
Did you like the Cowboys known as Danny White, Randy White, and Tony Dorsett, and all those guys?
Mm-hmm. Well,
You want to hear good?
Tony Dorsett was a little bit like Tony Dorsett was pretty much on his way out when I was born because I was born in 1988, the year that Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys. And then so like you figure like my first like 3 years of life I have no memory of, and then
He was doing Rogaine commercials when Cardinals good.
my very first memory of football when I was 4 years old was 1992, the year the Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
Oh, want to hear a good Danny White story?
Sure.
So I was when I was like 16, I worked at this restaurant bar right on the edge of Dallas because Dallas kind of dry, uh, and so we sold package. So it was right by Bentry, which is like a big exclusive mansion area where all the Cowboys live. And so Tony Dorsett and Randy White, Danny White would always stop in, and so I got to know those guys pretty good. And Danny White we were talking because I had a bunch of fish, and he has a huge fish, like massive tanks and stuff. And so for a week or so, I watched his fish farm when he was out of town, and a couple days into it, a bunch of fish started dying. I started freaking out. Like I was like, "Oh my god!" Anyway, just freaking. So I called him and stuff, and he had me put air and stuff in the tank. Anyway, so fish live, and then like 10 years later, he becomes the coach of the Rattlers, and I had tickets and I ended up seeing him. And so I go up to him and I was like, "Hey, blah blah," and I asked him, "Hey, remember back when I was fish?" He's like, "No." It's like, "Yeah, remember that?" Nope. And he walked away. Like totally didn't didn't remember anything. Didn't want to talk to me. Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was crazy. But I thought he'd be like, "Yeah, I remember." He didn't remember nothing. It's like, okay, whatever. But it was traumatizing as a kid to, because he's so he was so famous at the time, and like Gillis fish, super
Yeah.
expensive, clown fish and shit. But it wasn't my fault. That's my Danny White story.
My two little brothers, Austin and Andrew, got to meet Troy Aikman, because they lived in Dallas for a while and they saw him at a grocery store. And like I was so pissed because I was like, they're not even hardcore Cowboy fans. And Troy Aikman, they're like, because I mean, Austin's what, like 25? Maybe Austin, the oldest, my oldest, 23. Yeah, so like, he doesn't even know about Troy Aikman. A lot of people don't give it to Emmitt Smith too. They're like, Emmitt Smith just had the best offensive line, and that's the only reason he's number one. But Smith was hard as fuck to tackle. Well, people don't remember that. Like, yeah, he might not have been a little shake and stir like Barry Sanders was, but he wasn't easy to tackle. He was short and stocky as fuck.
Yeah, like tackling a bowling ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Brutal.
Yeah, it was tough. And he would get low too. And he was patient.
What's his face was like that, and I liked him too. He came out of Rutgers. I can't think of his name. Shit. He came out of Rutgers. He played for Baltimore.
Ed Reed? Or not Ed Reed,
No.
the dude that punched his girlfriend, right?
Yeah, he might have. Yeah.
That
No,
was
no, I
Lamar
don't think.
Hunt.
Huh?
Yeah, no.
No.
Lamar Hunt was the guy who pushed his girlfriend in the hall at the
No.
hotel.
Kamar Hunt did nothing wrong.
Not,
No, he
not-
did
he
nothing
not-
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the dude that
This
punched
guy
his
knocked her
girlfriend in
right
the
out.
elevator.
Oh,
Yeah, he
Ray
knocked her
Rice.
right out.
That's who it
Ray
was.
Rice. Yeah,
Ray
yeah.
Rice.
He was like that too. He was
Yeah.
a little bowling ball back too.
There's a lot of
remember Earl
liquidity
Campbell.
stacking above here. Sorry. There's a lot of liquidity stacking
No, go
above here that is not really moving down at all. Like we're seeing it there's one offer kind of smashing down price right now. It's right at the 55. But to me it looks like kind of lining up for a ticket on the ride. Like I think like I legit think like people are like trying to buy in as low as they can. They're like putting this big offer, trying to like force price into their entries. Not that we're gonna break up higher from here because it I mean it doesn't look like it so far. We're kind of failing and coming back inside A period, but that's what it's kind of looking like. So if we start to see a build of value or build of volume, I mean, really above this 50 area, because we saw how big that 50 area was when we got below it, the battle of it. So if the volume just keeps coming in above this 50 area, there's good opportunity there to get higher as long as you can put yourself in the right position. Because the volume above seems stacked like it's like, hey, come get me, here I am. And you need the ammunition. So like, let's say this is just short covering and the market wants to go lower, it's got to find the sellers. The sellers are just a little bit above, so the market's going to have to go higher. You know, Jim Dalton always says sometimes the market has to bounce before it can break, or something similar to that. Sometimes the market's got to go up before it can go back down again. And so like if we look, we look at the market, fucking day. Sorry. You know what I mean? So here's the kind of the scenarios that we're looking for, or that we could possibly see, right? The market bounces up to the halfway point, which is basically 4,000, like we already talked about. We got 40, 50, 30, 950, 4,000 right in the middle. That's what kind of makes this easy for us. The 20 SMAs right there, it doesn't really matter. We're not really paying attention for that. In order for the market to show us that this is buying and not just short covering, the market would need to get above that 4,000 and hold, and then attack that 200 again, and then break out of this downtrend from the high. If the market does this and just kind of balances, and these are daily, let's say, right, balances low at the end of a balance, basically, so balances at the low of a balance, typically that can indicate, and it could be just a day that it needs, it doesn't necessarily have to go 4 days, 5 days, it could just be today, then it can break lower. So this is kind of the key point. And so if it's responsive buying, we should see a push up. But if it's just short covering, then we won't see that big push up, and we'll just kind of stall right here at the balance area low, and then it's just a matter of time until we break back down into that gap. We're kind of in like a perfect scenario. You really just have to be patient enough to pick your zones, and honestly, you'll be good to go. We're getting right to the top of yesterday's value. So aggressive shorts are selling here for sure. And so remember, these are aggressive short-term traders here selling. Look at everything's kind of here. Watch the tick. But if this market doesn't sell off and it breaks here, expect a quick flip. So these people are mechanical sellers selling aggressively on a market that's one time framing up, trying to basically time the market. Okay, and they might be right. We don't know until we see kind of what happens. But what we do know is because of their time frame that we can expect them to give this trade up if we get above the D high and flip to the buy side. And now we've identified the short-term frame trader and where they're at, and they're right here. So
How
no,
many times does
yeah,
this fucking market gonna fucking come?
yeah. And remember, we have kind of these Brad prints that I call them in between B and C. And that's kind of going to be the measure of our winning or losing for the sellers, right? The sellers can't get back down into that B area range. Well, then that would be a shift from 3 TPOs, right? 3 TPOs to 3 TPOs higher. So if it gets back down here, it just confirms balance. If it doesn't get back down here, it confirms trap shorts, and then we should see upside. This fucking 1 minute chart. Ugly as shit. Holding pretty tight zones at 60, 55. This is a shareable moment. Oh. Good morning. So they got a little bit of stops there, and that was it. And then they traded right back down. So now there's good excess on the high. NASDAQ's holding the market back right now. That's it. Nice, congrats, dude. 25th anniversary. That's awesome. Look to see if they close this. Failure to close it here would mean balance. Not that, and that wouldn't mean that the market can't go higher. It just kind of confirms balance. So closes. Now look for kind of acceptance above or below the 55. That was kind of the level where all that, basically, all those late longs were piled in, and that's where their stop was at. So it gets their stop and gets above it now. Watch the 55. What's year 25? That's like copper or something. All these people that shorted that poor high are so pissed right now because they got their stops taken first and then the market traded back down. Think about that. That's psychology right there. The market maker is accomplishing by doing that. I'm gonna fucking take this guy's stop, and then he's gonna chase this, and he's gonna short it lower, and then I'm gonna bring it back up, take a stop again.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what do you think they're all gonna jump on now because it's going lower
Yeah.
and get their face ripped off? Yeah, could be right in this area too. This 48.50.
How much time is in this? We still have 20 minutes left. Okay. Let's see what the volume comes in here. It looks like we're getting some decent volume coming in. Wish I could see the volume. Damn, you can add a ton of shit to this. I didn't even know that. Very. So wasn't able to get back above that 55, back to the 50. Watch to see if tech goes red here. If they get a mechanical stop here and just trap everyone right here, I'll just die. Laughing. A huge increase of volume yet. VWAP's still pretty flat. Remember, if this low gets taken right here, there's probably good odds, I think, that we take the low of the day. So as this comes down here a little bit to the VWAP and the point of control and to settle and all these other things, you're kind of seeing the tug of war go on, basically. Especially with the open, but the settle from yesterday, it's like buyers are kind of double winning. Like, not only did they move it above today's open, but they also moved it above yesterday's close. And so anyone that's short below yesterday's close is probably getting a little bit nervous here. And the VWAP is kind of our measure of that. So that 40 is pretty much right in the middle of those two. And that kind of tells us, if sellers are actually moving in off of that high and that high was good excess, then we should move below and stay below the 40. And that's where we could start to look to start attacking the open. But if it can't, then in reality, we just kind of got to pay attention to what the rest of the market's doing. And yeah, the tick is negative right now, but it didn't even make a low of day tick. It's not going lower as we're speaking. It's just kind of stalling here. Tick's getting positive. Nasdaq's coming down here, right to its VWAP, or almost to its VWAP. Looks like it's getting front ran a little bit. Getting pretty slow leading into E period. $24.94. Oh, offers moving off. Above 52, you should be good. Little short covering there on that 44.50. Lower. Weighted AD's going negative. Tech has gone negative. Communications has gone negative. But look at the tick. The tick's almost about to get to 1,000. If the tick gets to negative 1,000 and doesn't break the C low, that's almost like a buy signal to me. At least to like to try it and stay above the open, you know. And we're right at the VWAP here, right back to deciding, you know, who's in charge of the day. There's a flush of the VWAP.
The Nasdaq's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, Nasdaq's puking right now pretty hard, yeah. Tick almost below 1,000. So close. Fuck. Pukes again. That ticks below. Oh no, not yet. Not below 1,000 yet. Let's see. Bson on Facebook. Thank you for the follow. Tick down to 35. Short covering on the 36. If they let this thing above VWAP again, it's gonna just shoot up again. It's like when you pull a fucking rubber band down. It's kind of what it's looking like. If they can smash it below the open, maybe they're gonna get some selling. So we're below 1,000 on the tick, barely below the open. Maybe we should have took that 40 low. Short 58 targeting the VWAP, but wimped out at the little bounce at the B high. Damn. Yeah, I mean that's what these shorts. Yeah. These. I mean, at least you didn't get stopped out, but yeah, that was the perfect time. Look, they broke this low here at 36, and now they're targeting the low of the day. If they can't get the low of the day with all this selling going on, to me that's a sign of weakness from sellers. Because they haven't even taken the prior day's low. Volume is weak here too on this big move down. Volume's weak on the ES. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's weak on the NYSE. It's 1% down. It's about unchanged. Well, guys, I think I'm gonna call it here. The market's getting kind of slow. I mean, we are in a inflection point. I kind of don't want to walk away from the computer because I want to watch this, but getting hungry as fuck.
Don't go.
Well, we only have 2 minutes until E period, and that's why I'm just waiting. I want to see what E period does, because E period. I mean, from this spot where we're at right now, E period is gonna have those same kind of the same idea that we had at the top, right? These kind of Brad prints that we call them. So E period opens up, and it could extend higher, which would give us, or extend lower, excuse me, which would give us the thesis that we're going to be going for that prior day low for sure. But as long as it holds this area, as long as it doesn't go above this area, kind of lets us know that that's going to be the target. And really, you've got 39.14 below. I mean, that's pretty much it. 3,900 is mechanical level. Got the gap down there. It just, to me, I don't know if we've got the juice today to break the low. If people are ready to sell more after they just sold so much. And like if we're making a negative 1,000 tick, we should be breaking the lows. Weighted AD's broken lower here. Tech is back over 50. We've got 20 seconds till E period opens up. Offer comes out on the 30. Watch the 30. This is where the seller's at. They need to go. Oof. Ooped them. Yeah, now you have trapped sellers down at that 29. They need to push this thing back down there. There's the 29. I'll look to see if the offer comes out again here. There it is, 29.75. Got stuck again.
And 21.5 seems like an easy target. It's not that much lower.
Right,
prior day low.
right. Yeah, and if we can break and hold below 30, that's the guaranteed. That's the target for sure. So like right here where the market's kind of ranging from like this 28 to like 31, that's where you're kind of, you know, everyone's kind of placing their bets basically. But really a fill of those single prints or Brad prints, as I call them, would basically bring us back to 45, like above that 38. Really, you could break it. I mean, if depending upon how much shorting goes on here right at the open, if there's none, then this thing could just go straight through. We'll be mad at. A little bit of selling on the open. 32.5 right below the open. So we got some front runners of the open. Back down to where the sellers got trapped at the 30 again. Need to break it or book is super thin right now too, for some reason. Some teaser bids down at the low, it looks like. The market's trying to hold below this 30 now. Offer came in 29.25. We're bright at it. See if they don't sell this off again, probably go above the open. And this is where they need to hold right here. They're pushing. Sellers look stuck. On the 29. They look stuck on the 29. They need to start hammering this thing big. They're not. They're covering. They're fucked. Short-term buyer here on the 31 quarter.
I should get out at 29 and get stopped out.
Were you short or long?
Short at 32.25.
Oh, okay.
But it went down below 29. I should got out. I thought it was gonna keep going down. Shit. Another 1 point loss, so it's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. So big bid just jumped up to that 34 to get filled there. Got filled. So 34 becomes the new level, right above the open. Looks like a nice setup.
Still not bad though. 3 wins and 2 losses. Both my losses were only 1 point. It's 22 points for the day. It's pretty good.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, I'm happy. I should quit while I'm ahead.
Yeah, there's no need. There's no reason to keep trading, unless you. I mean, depending upon what you're doing, I guess. But there's no reason to just force trades if you don't need to necessarily.
Especially like right now when it seems like it can just go either way.
Oh, it's going up. But yeah.
Are you in a trade?
Yeah, I'm in a long. But
Where'd you get in?
just the open.
Where,
So I'm just
where I get out?
barely. No, I just got in right at the open. So if it doesn't go, like, I mean, and it's not really going. So
Where'd you put your stop at?
just right below the open.
Uh,
I think I had it at 33. I'll probably move it.
do you always move your stop up into as soon as it gets
I do when I'm fading the edges. Actually, I pretty much do it all the time, to be honest. I mean, I was gonna say because I do it when I do breakouts too, but the only time I don't do it is if I'm building a position. Like if I know we're just like in a range and I'm waiting for the breakout and like I'm just like if this was a not as big of a profile, we had like kind of a smaller profile building and we're just kind of like doing one of these or something and I'm thinking that we're going to break up. What I'll do is I'll add here, take some off, add some more, take some off, add some more, take some off, so that way I can build up free trades basically to try to let my runners go and leave them not uncapped on the downside obviously, but like leave them some room to breathe as long as I'm making the money in the middle for the most part. That way I mean basically it's like building a free trade because if it comes back to my entry, I can just close the trade and it'll be I mean I've already profited on it and what will happen it'll just be break even on the lots that we're already on. So but it takes
that's some
time.
advanced strategy right there.
Yeah, it takes time to get up there. And you have to be willing. So like let's say the same idea, the reason this gets people in trouble is when they do this, let's say the market's going like this and you have a long bias or something and you've been kind of buying these dips, taking profit, but holding, like your one runner, holding it back to your break even, buying again, taking some off. Now you've got two runners holding some off and you add some more, but this time it breaks lower. You've got to be willing to terminate instantly, because if you don't, what happens is it comes down and then people are like, oh well, I'll just add some more, and now it starts to get like, you know, that's how people blow their accounts and shit, is they start doing shit like that.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is crypto, I'd always double down when it was down and fuck myself.
Yeah, most people, that's what they do. Or you could just continue trading well, enjoy your excellent practices, and enjoy that awesome process. Just saying NBD. What do you mean? I don't understand that at all. $11.39. Oh, I saw it late.
Do you have 5G where you're at? Have you ever
Mhm.
had 5G?
Yeah.
Is it any faster? It's like a
I'm
million 5G towers out here. There's no, I don't get 5G for some reason.
I'm pretty much always on Wi-Fi, so I don't know. To be honest with you, I couldn't give you a like an actual like a good recommendation or anything because
Crazy, this town's super small, but it must have 20 fucking towers. Like it's weird. Like in every building there's a tower.
where are you
But
at?
like Ensenada, just outside Ensenada.
Mm.
And, but it's decent. I mean, you know, it's probably only a town like 10,000 people maybe, and it's a crazy amount of antennas on these buildings. You know, California passed a law that you can't build a 5G tower next to a fire station, so they must know something.
Yeah, that it puts off radiation.
Yeah.
That's like the super conspiracy of how they're trying to make us all
But it's crazy
trying to
how
make
most
us all
conspiracies come
sterile.
true. Yeah. Well, then they're finding graphene in the vaccine, so who knows? It's crazy.
Oh yeah, not telling them to quit trading, but why quit while you're ahead? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a fine line
I gotta
because like
start quitting when I'm ahead.
let's say, well, let's go back to the same idea here. Let's say the market's trading like this. You've been buying these dips, selling them, buying these dips, selling them, buying these dips, selling them. Well, now that you've done it 3 times, it's almost like in your psychology, well, it's gonna work because it's worked before. So, why would I not do it again? And then you do, and you kind of have like that, oh well, it keeps going this time though. And so you're like, oh, whatever. It's just a little bit. I'm already up 3x, so I could take a little bit of heat, right? I'm talking on just straight human psychology. I wish Jared was here because I'm basically inside of his brain right now.
And then when it gets down a little bit and then it starts to do a little bit of back trace, you go, oh, I'll just buy a little bit more. And then you average
Yeah.
in.
It goes like this, yeah, and then it starts to go up a little bit, and then that's when you average in. So you even average in on the high on the downside,
Yep.
and then it keeps going, and then then you're back to break even. You're like, oh well, I'm basically break even for the day, so whatever. And then it goes, and you add some more maybe, and then it goes down some more, and then you add some more. So sometimes, quitting while you're ahead might be the ticket. And
That
I'm
would
not
have been a
saying
good, that would have been a good lesson for me to know about an hour ago. So here's what I did,
Yeah,
and I
really.
I own it. I own it. It was dumb. I got into a short. I don't remember when, but it was just because I have too many things going. ADD is not my friend today. I got into a short. I got in a little early, and I just sort of let it go up, and then I averaged it a couple times, and then at some point, and this is the part that pisses me off, I was like, okay, this thing is peaking. I'm looking at all the data, and I'm saying it's peaking, and so I'm like, well, I hate to say this, but I'm 20 contracts in. It actually comes down into profit, and I could have either closed out all of them or at least closed out some to give me more headroom. This is the part that pisses me off, and this happened to me the other day too, and it's stupidity. I'm not saying that I am doing the right thing. It was my entry. The entry is where I struggle so much. Anyway, I didn't get out. I was doing something else. I got back. I missed it, whatever. At the point where I actually blew the effing account. Mind you, I planned on having 3. This was a 4th because I added it because I was like, why not? So in my brain, I'm like, it's throwaway. It doesn't matter. It freaking, I kid you not, it went 2 freaking ticks above my account being blown and immediately started down tracing. I immediately flipped to another account, go in, get a short, which I'm still in right now, at 51.75. And it freaking just like boop, boop, boop. And mind you, I had to sort of chase it because at that point it was already in the process of retracing. Sorry, it was already in the process of dropping. And so I had to like chase it, but I got in at 51.75 and I saw that thing from TJ. Anyway, but if I hadn't effing blown my account, I would be so, anyway, long story short, don't do what Brad said. Don't try and average in. It is
That happened today?
Yes, just a few minutes
Oh
ago.
man, that sucks.
Anyway, bottom line is, yeah, if I had just closed it out, or at least closed out
You blew an
some,
account and jumped into another account and did the same thing?
well, I saw the downtrend. I saw the information was telling me it was going to turn soon, and it did. But I didn't want to miss it, so I switched to a different account in order to catch it in one of my other evals, and I did. I caught it, and I am now at a
That's like
15 and a half
overtrading
point.
and revenge trading. Double
Well,
whammy.
well, I saw the trend, and I agree. I'll own it. I probably should have just backed out and said, you know, I'll trade a different day, but I just didn't want to lose that because I was just like, and it was, that's the
can't
part that pisses me off. It was the 2 ticks above my account being blown.
That's
But in my
shitty.
mind, it was like, oh, it's the 4th account. I don't care. It doesn't matter. And so, like he was saying, how he's like, oh, you feel like you're up. And so you're like, oh, I'll average in. Oh, I'm up. It's okay. And then you average in and then you do your thing. And I did so well the other day, and then today, not so much. So yeah, I would say you're right. It's anger trading and revenge trading all in one fell swoop.
Well, thanks for sharing.
I will use myself as an example of how not to do it. I will own it.
And it happens to everybody, guys. Like the difference is, 1, realizing that it's happening to you, 2, actually admitting that you made a mistake, and then 3, putting something in place in order to start the change. So the next time that it starts to happen, that you have control measures in place to mitigate that extreme risk of blowing the account. And whatever those can be, you know, they're different for everybody else. You know, some people take, like, if they lose 3 trades in a row, they're done. If they win 3 trades in a row, they're done. Right? They have things that, you know, based off of their research of their own trading history, what they need to do and what needs to be in place in order to maintain strategy and manage risk is really the key.
Yeah, and normally it's those trades where you are so convinced, like, oh, I can see it, it's gonna go down. And I know that's happened to me before. Like, the problem isn't that you were necessarily wrong. It's that, like, the fear of missing the downside, you kept adding too early. So you got too big too fast, and you didn't allow enough room to be wrong a little bit while it was like working out, if that makes sense.
That is absolutely true.
Yeah.
That is what the problem was. And here's the reality. When because I think I opened it with 2 contracts. The truth is when I noticed that I was, you know, let's say I had my stop at 2 or 3 points or whatever it was, I should have just let it stop me out. So you know what, I'll just get a better entry. And I think that's the one thing that's really hard for me, is when I'm in a trade and I see the information saying it's going to reverse. It inside of me, I'm like, well, hell, if 2 contracts is good, 4 contracts is better. And so I'm like, average it in. And then if 4 contracts is good, 8 contracts is better. And then if 8 contracts is good, 16. And so at some point, I'm obviously underwater, and I'm like, well, holy hell, how did I get here? And it's that idea that you're trying to, I mean, here's the deal. Even if I had lost 10 points on 2 effing contracts, that's $100. No big deal. I mean, I'm not saying $100 isn't a big deal, but it's not the end of the world in a 50K account, your drawdown is $2,500. That's 1/25th of your drawdown, which is non-existent. It's irrelevant. But the idea that I could go, oh, 4 contracts, and then it would have been at 10 points, it would have been, you know, $200, and then 8 contracts, and then it would have been $400. And the point being is, when there's a point in your psychology, and this is the part I'm still struggling with very, very much. There's a point in the psychology where I am no longer thinking rationally, where it's no longer about the trade and choosing to stay in or stay out or to get out.
Yep.
It's about, I want to fucking win this trade.
It's about winning or losing. I get that way too.
I'm like, what the hell? I am going to win this no matter what. I don't care who, I don't care when, I'm going to win it. And that's the thing is, and again, so this could be you with 2 effing ticks that blows your account. And mind you, if I had actually been able to get to hold it, I would be probably, I would have qualified an account like it was a virgin 50K account. I would probably be qualified right now at 20 contracts. So I probably would have made, I would say roughly $2,000. I don't know if I would have gotten all the way to 3, but I'd be $2,000 up in that account. But here's the deal. What is the objective? And that's the part that I really struggle with at times. And I know this is a bad thing, but what is my objective? My objective can't be to make $1 million in 10 seconds, because if that's my objective, you have to be willing to lose $10 million in 10 seconds as well. And I don't know anyone who's like, oh yeah, I'll make that bet. You know, if I roll a die and if I get a 1, I lose everything I own. Or if I roll the die and I get a 6, I win $10 million. I don't know anyone who would be like, yeah, it's a 50-50. I'll take it. Why not?
And homeless people for sure, they'd roll that bit.
Well, but that's the thing is that if you have nothing to lose, and
Yeah.
for me and I'm not gonna lie, part of it was the fact I was like, it's my 4th account. I only paid $36 for it. If I blow it, what's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, that's
So,
that's
but it
a
was,
bad habit building right there.
but here's the
Yeah.
thing, that is the rationalization of I need to win. And that's the thing. I should have just effing closed out the trade. I mean, I'll say this. There was a trade I did. What day was it? It was Wednesday. I think it was Monday. Actually, it wasn't just one. It was multiple trades. My stop was no more than 2 points up. My stop was no more than 2 points out of profit. And I gotta say, that is absolutely my proudest day of trading. And I think I only made like $350 or something
I
like
think
that.
that was yesterday.
Well, whatever
Yesterday
day
or
it was.
Monday.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it was my proudest day of trading because I was actually putting my stop. First of all, it was about, I was looking at where my entry needed to be. I was following my plan, and I was looking at actually where I wanted to take my profit versus just saying, it's going to go to the effing moon. Because that's where you get into that issue. That's where you get into that cycle of basically killing yourself. Well, blowing
Stacey,
accounts.
you convinced me to stop for the day. Thanks, man.
I have to, here's the saddest part. I effing learn this lesson like once a week. I don't blow accounts once a week. I'm just saying that I learn this lesson a lot where I do I mean, what was it last week? I was in my effing PA account and I was like, I don't know, 12 contracts in, 16 contracts in, and I'm like, I need this thing to effing do a reversal. And it did. It actually did a reversal, and I got back in and I made, I don't know, like $250 or whatever it was. And it actually brought my account back above the 25K mark. But I think I was down 250 in the negative. So I guess I must have made 350. Anyway, long story short, if it hadn't done what I wanted, I potentially would have gotten into that same freaking tunnel vision mindset and said, I am going to win, and blow my freaking PA account. That's the part that bothers me is that when you're in that mode, where is the out? Where is the escape hatch? And
It's the 2-point
sometimes,
stop.
So for me, like if that happens to me and I start getting tunnel vision, the best thing to do, and for me, I always have a longer time frame chart on my screen, like on one of my screens. So
right.
I'm able to zoom out just by looking to my left. And that's what I think for me helps me so much is like, okay, what, like, let's say, I mean, I am in a long right here, but let's say I'm like negative in the trade and I'm just like adding to a loser. adding to a loser, adding to a loser. If I zoom out and look at the long-term trend, right, that might give me a little bit more conviction of being like, oh, what am I doing? This trend is down, right?
Right.
And that's something that can, that can definitely help. Or up, like, I mean, not necessarily, I'm just saying, using the example right now, but um
But if the trade was going your way, you'd stay in it though, even though you were way down. I mean, if the trend was going your way.
fuck no. No. Definitely not.
See, Alex, the one I'm in right now, 4 contracts in, I'm 15.5 points up, and I'm like, should I just close it?
You're
But I
short.
kind of, yeah. But I kind of feel like he is trying to take, well, I guess here's the deal. If it closes above half back, I'll probably just close it out because I don't, then F will open up and it'll probably try and pop back up. But
It's never good to trade opposite of Brad.
well, and
No, that's not true at all.
I'll say
I'm
this,
just
I'll say
kidding,
this. I rarely do it,
I'm
but
just
there have
joking.
been times when Brad was like, I'm going on, because here's the thing, he gets that, and this is something that Brad is freaking amazing at. He'll look at something and he'll get in way early at some point and like put his stop far enough out that the volatility isn't going to hit it, and and he's like, I'm going to hold it all day or whatever. Like he's been holding this since earlier this morning or whatever, because he's looking at the long-term vision. And for most of us, at least for me, I mean, the longest I'm in a trade, I mean, like the other day I was in a trade for, I think it was like 2 hours. So it's not that I don't get into trades that are long, but I mean, an entire day is not, other than the bot will get in and hold it all day. But I
It
very
is interesting
rarely,
that Apex account says the people that make the most money are in for 4 hours. I find that hard to believe, but I guess maybe for like hedge funds.
it would not surprise me. I was in a trade. So that 2 hour trade, I got in and I got into it, and it kind of like immediately went into money, and it was like 2 points up, and it kind of just like ranged right there for, I don't know, at least 45 minutes, even an hour. Yeah, this is going back in the other direction.
I mean, so much can happen in 4 hours. I mean,
And I'm taking my 12 points and going home. Come on. Anyway, and the reality is that you get into that, you just get into that mindset of just like, oh, I've got to make this money, or I want this to work, or I want that to work, or whatever. But again, it's like, yeah, okay, closed. So it all comes down to, what is your objective? And this is the thing that I have to remind myself. And I ask myself this question about everything. When I'm having a conversation with somebody and I'm trying to like have a difficult conversation, I always ask myself, what is my objective? Because if you're there to piss someone off, you can say anything you want. But if you're there to communicate an idea or get buy-in from somebody, you have to be willing to bend. You're not going to be able to just say, this is what it needs to be. And it's the same thing with this. If you're fighting a trend, what do you want your outcome to be? Do you want to lose money or make money? Or maybe not even that. Do you want to feel like you did the right thing, regardless? Even if you close a trade and you lose money.
I guess you can win a bad trade.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Do you want to feel like you did the right thing? Because I'll tell you right now, I did a trade last week. I made on one single trade 250 points when it was falling, because I happened to get into a trade and I caught it when it was on its way down. I got in 2 contracts. I let it drop 10 points. I got in another 2 contracts. I let it drop 10 points. I got in another 2 contracts, and then I started pulling them off at the bottom. And I sent it to Brad, and I was like, on that day, I was like, damn, look at this. I did this thing, blah, 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 blah. But I'm going to tell you right now, that freaking 50-point trade I did the other day, where I actually did my stops at a reasonable level, felt far more like an accomplishment than any of the and mind you, when I got into that trade initially, the volatility was off the charts, so I had to put my stop probably like 15 points up. And when I got, I mean, it was,
when a trade is luck, or you did well.
well, and I'm not going to deny it was, I mean, I just happened to be paying attention, and I happened to be in the process of already getting into a trade, and it was kismet. I'm not going to lie. But I was far more proud of the trade that I did. And mind you, again, what made me proud is that I got in, and then I added on and I added on, and then I was able to take it off toward the bottom. I didn't get out right exactly at the bottom, but it was a solid trade, 250 points. I mean, I don't think it in one trade. I don't think anyone's saying, oh, that's kind of, but again, and that's a solid, I mean, I would say that that's a solid trade, but I feel way more accomplishment from doing doing those trades where I had my stop at 2 points, because it gave me the sense of security of I am doing the right thing versus I'm just going to try and catch a falling knife. Let's see what happens. And I did okay. But again,
Why don't you make that 2 points your permanent rule?
what is your objective? Well, because you can't, I mean, when it's volatile, you can't. And I'm not saying that you should, and maybe that will be. And depending upon the trade, that should be. But in the end, it's that thing that Brad says.
Having a 2-point stop with a volatility with a VIX above 20 is tough.
Exactly. I'll say this. It depends on the trade, but here's the thing that I would say, and Brad says this every effing time, follow your trade plan. In some trades where the VIX is at 20, you're going to have a stop higher. And you're going to say, I'm going to get in 2 contracts and I'm going to take a $50 hit or a 10-point hit, whatever. If that's what's in that trade plan, follow it. And you do it, that's good. But my problem is that every effing trade I was getting in, I was moving my stop 10, 12, 15 points up just to make certain that I didn't get stopped out. And that is a bad habit to get into. And that was why on that day I was feeling like, well, damn, I actually can do this. And from that, and that's the hardest part, this is the struggle that I have. It's about the entry. Your exit, I mean, here's the deal. You get 1 point, you get 50 points, it's irrelevant. It's a winner. If you did the right thing, 1 point and 50 points are the same. It's all about how you manage your entry and where you get out if it's not going in the way you thought it was going to go. That, if you can master that, if you had one freaking point winners every time, it's kind of a no-brainer. You'd be rich.
Yeah, I remember Jared telling me one time, he's like, every trade that I get in is in at least like 2 ticks of profit. And I'm like, then why the fuck aren't you just taking 2 ticks all the time? Like that's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Because if you can get in a trade that and you're always up 1 point, then why are you not just taking points at a time?
Yeah, I don't.
And if you're always up 1 point, why not just switch to the ES and just take $50 every play? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. Yeah.
And then of course it tanks after I get out. Anyway, I got my money.
It didn't go
I'm
down
happy with
that
that trade.
much. Only 2 points or 3 points.
Oh,
I guess F.
F
Oh, F went all the way up to 41.
4.25.
Oh, dang.
I didn't get out at the top, but I got out at 40 even. Anyway, so that's I guess learn from my mistake. Don't blow an account. The objective is to try to see the patterns, but don't like hang your life on them.
And the biggest or the hardest thing I think to understand and to really accept interpersonally is like you can't really speed up the experience part of this. You know what I mean? There's not a manual because the market isn't an exact place and it's based off of probabilities. There's no book you can read, right? There's no instruction manual that says when the piston fires, the oil pumps into the engine, right? Like there's nothing like that. If this, then that. And so you can't really speed up your understanding of the market. You can start becoming profitable early, but you still have to remember that you still haven't experienced all the market has to offer, basically.
Well, there's a reason why they make you trade for 10. There's a reason why they make you trade for 10 days before you can, before you can, even if you have the right money in there, there's a reason why they make you trade for 10 days.
For experience.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, shorter, better. What's that reason?
Oh, because if you're trading poorly, you're very likely to blow it before you ever get to the 10th day. If you're not trading at least reasonably decent, if you're just, and maybe you qualify it and then you get in, you do really short trades for the next, 9 days. But at the end, you're still going to have to play with a PA account. And if you can't manage it, you're not going to get any money out of it anyway.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, in the end, I'll say this, they're not losing money.
No.
The Apex
Fuck
is
no.
not losing. In fact, I would venture to say they're making probably for every account that gets bought, or for every, let's say every 100 people that buy, maybe 2 to 5 of them actually get money back. The other 95 get nothing.
Oh no, their numbers show way less than that.
Okay, well, even more.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that their numbers are like that for a reason, because it's like gambling. The odds are in their favor. They will make the money.
Yeah, the house wins.
So it's all about how you behave or what you do in order to be able to get the money from them. And if you're emotional, I mean, they're a freaking company that it's freaking hard rules. If you're
And not
emotional,
only
you're
that, they're basically trading against you and making money because
absolutely.
if they're not turning you live when you pass, like they turned Brad live, that's different. They made sure he was good first. But when they're not turning guys live, they're just keeping they're just like holding the trade against. So you got a bunch of shitty traders that they're trading against, and they don't even have to do nothing. They just sit back and relax and let these shitty traders trade. And
Like
they're actually making
like the
money.
opposite sides of their trades. Yeah, that's
Yeah, the house
I didn't
wins.
think about that. That's funny.
Because they're the house. They're not that they're doing it, but they're actually playing the house because they're figuring we're not gonna have to pay out for this guy. He sucks.
Yeah,
Just let it
true.
go. You know what I mean? So but then when you show that you're good, then they might say, hey, you give your phone call, hey, we're gonna put you on. That's why they put you on that firm or the prop account. Because they don't want to trade against you anymore. You know, yeah. So they got that going for them, which I don't have nothing against them. Hey, they're giving guys a chance to trade, the guys who never have a chance. And they're up front. Hey, if you're good, you get it. If you suck, you suck. What do you want me to tell you? It's not their fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's trading is individual sport, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You're only playing against yourself, right?
Yeah, you're just playing your own psychology. That's it. You're
Right.
playing.
I'll just say this: you too can blow accounts by being emotional.
Well,
It's a good lesson.
the only thing is now is if I blow my account, I'm gonna get fired.
Well, blowing accounts and losing money is the reason why. I mean, this is the whole reason why I built that stupid bot.
The problem I have with them is they fucking call me way too much and text me.
Oh yeah,
Holy fuck.
Apex is no joke. I was thinking that this weekend. I got like fucking 5 emails from them about the
Yeah.
80% off, and I'm
I
like,
gotta
I can't
block
even sign up for that. So fucking what the fuck? Take me off this list.
Yeah. I want to block the fuckers.
But I'm sure
Yeah,
all of them are like that. And there's a million funded trader programs out there. I mean, I don't know about
It's
a
funny.
million, but there's a lot. There's a good amount.
It's funny they jumped it from 10K to 25K, and they're like, it might as well be a million. They're never gonna get it anyway.
$1 million.
So my thought was that E would break B low, and then I would get out, and it looks like, I mean, maybe F is gonna try to do that, but I don't know. F looks like it's meandering along. But I
So
guess it's hit.
the
Maybe
reason I
more
have
the
this
high
weighted
side.
AD circled is we're making higher lows, right? Higher
Oh,
lows also on the tick. And what we want to pay attention to is where are the bodies of the tick at? Well, the past 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20 have been, mostly above for the most part. And I've changed them to red, off of red and green and gray, so we can just pay attention to where they're spending the most time. And it's easy to kind of see with your brain, right?
That's the problem. This morning, I was like looking at it because you had the up candles that were clear or that were hollow and the down candles that were solid.
Oh,
And
the
so when
up
I
here
was
I do,
looking,
yeah.
and so I was looking at the down candles and thinking, oh, that, or I was thinking that all of those were down candles.
No, that'd be impossible.
Yeah, that was anyway.
Yeah, my bad. I should have. What?
No, no. It didn't matter. I mean, here's the truth. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. I was trying to make it work no matter what. It is certainly not your fault that I did what I did.
And so, I mean, basically, what we're trying to see here, if you just were to draw it like this, right? You can see like most of this most recent, right? Here's the gap. So buyers need to be stepping up and filling this in higher, this tick. So whatever the height of this tick is, which is like 489 or something, if buyers don't take this tick up higher and the market rotates back below the open, that could just be where you start to see it. You're seeing volume shifted down last time F was down here as well. Very mechanical buying came in right off of the open that time. Where was that big buyer this morning? Down at like 20, right? Somewhere. I think, yeah. It was like right down here. Yeah, there it is. 1820. Weighted AD is pushing a little bit lower. Tech is not doing as bad as it was. Healthcare still looks good. Financials still look okay. Take a peek at the Dow. Volume's just so fucking weak. We break the low target 3900, maybe 3870. The first one should be like the Globex low, I think 3914. That would be the first spot, but yeah, I think 3900. I mean, it's just right there. $39.06 first value area low. 39.
Sorry, that was loud.
That's right. The fucking. That Globex low was around the same spot, that 3914. That's what I was trying to see. So I think that 3914 would be the first target. Yeah, and then 3900 after that, if it went down there, but I don't know. I mean, to me, it just looks like a balanced day for the most part. You're starting to kind of see tapering here. Forming like into a ledge, which is kind of like a launch pad at this point. Not that it's going to just break the high and fucking go to the moon, but, balance. We've gone, A period opened up, went up, B period went down, C period went up, D period took a little bit of high but went down, E period back down to value area low, still have excess. F period checked below the open, didn't find any sellers below the open, and then has bounced and has been, for the most part, I mean, for the past for like the past 45 minutes at least, it feels like, or for the past 15 minutes, I mean, has basically just been sitting above the open in this range. So it doesn't look like there's any offers out there. And we're right back at the VWAP now. And so now what we can do is watch the NASDAQ. If the NASDAQ climbs above the VWAP, then market should head higher. If it fails the VWAP again, all right, here we go. We're right above the VWAP. NASDAQ's above its VWAP. The bid's down at 39 still. Stepping up here though, like right above, but it's hard to tell if people are just taking profit up here or really trying to push. Looks like it's stepping up. They're struggling on the 41, buyers are. All right, offer comes down to 40 there. So watch the 40 now. Basically right at the VWAP. Sellers are selling the VWAP. And remember how we kind of talked about the open and the settle being kind of, buying, selling, and that 40 being basically the line in the sand. Well, now that the VWAP has moved down to the 40, it really is that line in the sand. And so if you start to see acceptance above or below, you can kind of expect them to either bring it back down to like that 33, 32 area if we stay below, or if it's able to pop above, which is kind of where I'm leaning right now. Naturally, if we can stay above 37, but below 37, I start to kind of give up on it. But they look to go take that open again. Watch the offer here on this 37. Oh, bad trader. Yeah, the Discord invite is expired, and that is on purpose. Here, I'll send you one that works. We have it like that because I just don't want a bunch of people joining the Discord that are trolls. Yes. Because we have a really good community, right? It might not be the most active community or anything like that, but it's all supportive and no negativity, and everyone is understanding of that we're all here to learn and not get in a measuring contest.
Yeah, I think we have one of the best Discords out there. I mean, everybody helps everybody. I don't
Casey
see
and
any
I
shit.
last
No
night
shit.
pulled opposite trades. He got into a short, I got into a long. Same reasoning. It was funny.
Yeah, JB, you can get in the Discord. The Zoom's in there. The invite is in there.
And to answer the question on everyone's mind, Lincoln was right. I did get a point at, I did get a
Look,
point
I
out
didn't
of
even
it.
say shit. I wasn't even
I,
gonna say
I
who
know,
won
that's
that,
fine.
who was
I
right
don't,
on that.
I have no pride. I got no pride about that. If
I'll
I'm
tell you
gonna tell
this.
my freaking story about blowing an account because of stupidity, I'm not sitting here going, oh, I have to look cool in front of everyone. No, that
Stacy,
isn't how this
last
works.
night he lost
Sellers
that
are stuck
trade.
on the 36 right here. They need to push this thing back below 36. They're putting a lot of effort. There they go.
What was that, Link?
Oh, you got stuck in that trade. You got out of it, and then he goes and takes like a
It was
12
crazy.
point, 12
But
point
here,
long.
but here's the thing. At that point,
was
I was like,
nice.
it's time for bed. I don't really care. I was already up, and
All right,
I mean,
sellers are stuck. Go ahead, sorry.
no, you're good. Anyway, sometimes I do that just because I'm like, I want to see what happens. I did that same thing in Sim and made it. So
Your account, I was watching it, and before I went to bed, it was up 6.5 points. And then when I woke up this morning, I got up around 3 and I looked at it and I was like, oh shit, Stacy's fucking thing died. I don't know if you caught it before it canceled.
no, it hit my stop. My
Hit your
stop was, I
yeah,
think my
that's too
stop was
bad.
3 points,
That
3
was
points down.
that was a really good trade though.
Well, I should have, and here's the other thing is that sometimes I get into a trade and I'm like, oh, I see this. I think it'll make it here. And it's a, I don't know, it's like a halfway between. You have to be capable of picking your levels, but you also need to be willing to say that ain't it, of where you're going to get out. And so when you've got like a 20-point trade and you're like, oh, I can get out with 5 points. Well, the reality is that clearly you could have gotten out with 15 more points on however many contracts you have. So it's optimizing your profit is definitely key. And that's kind of at least understanding what your bias is. Again, one more reason why I built the bot, so that I don't have to worry about the bias. The bot just freaking does what it's going to do.
Mhm.
Like yesterday, it freaking nailed that bottom. Well, it got lower later in the day, but it nailed it for that point before it went back up. So
Yeah, it did. It did get out like at the first low for sure because it got
and then
out.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then it went up, and it was up for probably 2.5 hours more before it went back down. And it could have definitely gotten more money, but it would have gotten back into the point of being either not in profit or just barely in profit. And so,
But later in the day had less volatility. It kind of just bled down later in that day.
yes,
So it might have even it might have been that might have been the max based off the
even
IV.
options, yeah.
Yeah.
The implied volatility for options, yeah, definitely played a part.
Let's see what this G period does.
We got 5 more minutes. Damn, still not. I mean, I could leave the stream on all day, I guess. I don't really change it off. Just I won't be here for the last, 2 hours.
I feel like I did better when I stay with one direction the whole day, though. Like all my trades have been shorts today. And I don't know. I feel like when I go back and forth, I get chopped up. At least in crypto, I did for sure. So I saw this.
Crypto's typically way more volatile than this, though, isn't it?
Used to be. Lately, it's not. so the chart show, but it seems like it is. But it's just so news. I mean, so's this, but it's even more because crypto traders are just so weak-handed that they just, somebody sells, everybody sells. Like it's just, you know. And the biggest problem that I have with crypto is it never ends. It's 24 hours a day. You know what I mean? So there's, you know, shit happens in the middle of the night. So you can't, either stay up all night or you gotta close it out. It's hard to close it out because the fees are so high that you gotta stay in it, make your money back, But I don't know. This seems more like has more I don't know if the purpose is the word, but more, I don't know what the word is. It's less guessing, I guess.
Miller's got stuck on 36 again, right there.
But I still feel like even with this, I have a bias that's going to go down. I still feel like it's going to hit that 2150 at some point. I mean,
2150?
Yeah, the prior day low.
Oh, I thought you meant like 2100. I was like,
No.
fuck. I was like,
it's in crypto, man. Come on.
World ending.
He's all, yeah, we're gonna lose 1,000 points in the market today.
Well, not today, but like if that's where you think the target is here on the downtrend. Because Jared's pretty bearish. He thinks the market's going down to like, you're saying like 2,800 or something like that. Like another 1,000 points below us.
That's a lot.
I kind of think we're going to go back down to that 3,600 one more time and then.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. I was thinking that based on who was I talking to? I don't think I necessarily said 3,600, but I was actually saying the other day that I felt like, and it was yesterday that I was like this. I feel like that was why I was thinking it was going to break the 4,000 mark in whatever trade it was that I caught, because I was like, I'm looking at this and I feel like because we were out of trend, we were actually, and I think on your thing where you had that 45-degree angle for all of the days, and we were out of trend, we were above trend, and I said I feel like we're going to come back in and get back under trend. So I guess I shouldn't say that I knew it was 3,600. I just felt like it was headed in that same direction to be able to get back in trend.
Because if you look at the daily chart, if you look at the daily chart here of the ES, and this is on page only, but if you look at the daily chart, you see like, I mean, even if it did pull back to like 3,700, here's 3,600 way down here, that's still relatively good excess. It just pulls down here, holds, and then could still trade higher, still maintain the downtrend, still maintain the low, right, and could start to balance in a wider margin, right? If you're seeing like on the weekly or even the monthly, right, it could still move like all the way down here, this 3,600 range, and still, be holding. I mean, even this zone down here is kind of where everyone is targets at. At 32.72. And that might have been obviously off of a different contract, that level, but you could still pull back to here. This was resistance. COVID obviously happened, held as support for 4 months, moved higher, held as support. We already broke that support here. So it makes sense unless this is unless this acts as support, then the next support below that would be like 32. I think that's what kind of Jared just thinks like we're going to fucking zero.
Well, it depends on, the end of the year, how everybody's contracts are, what they're trying to do. I mean,
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people are saying that there's going to be a Santa Claus rally and all this jazz.
I kind of feel like retail might be way down for Christmas, though. I mean, we're so broke, but it's hard to say.
Yeah. Hard to say.
Well, that's what Friday will tell us on that PPI. Oh no, that's produced. That's not retail. I guess it depends if Putin drops a nuke or not.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the market secondary downside yesterday seemed like it was kind of off of the news of Trump getting, well, Trump's team having to pay that big fine for whatever tax evasion.
Oh, I didn't hear what happened with that.
I can't remember. I just saw the headline. Anytime Trump's in the headline, the market's going to move for some reason, which is kind of crazy because he's not even the president.
He did announce he was running though, right? He
Yeah, he
announced?
announced he's going to run. Yeah.
That's probably why they're trying to indict him so bad. He's indicted. I don't think he can run.
Yeah. Hopefully somebody else respectable runs.
It's just crazy in a country of 350 million people that we end up with, a guy that can't complete a sentence, another guy that, you know, I don't know, it's just weird. You know. Did you see in New York there was like 10 counties that had the exact same number of votes? Like exactly to the number. Just impossible. That happened somehow.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. Because I mean, like, what are the odds that everybody voted?
Well, they're not even the same size county, so it doesn't even make sense. But just everybody's like, okay, that's what happened.
Selling comes in on that 34 there. If they can break this thing lower or not.
Are you in a short?
No, I'm not in a trade at all. Oh, hang on a second. Hello? All right.
Oh, you're my big dog. You're my big dog.
A lot of time over that 39.30. Yeah. Yeah. I agree, TJ. Yeah, if it busts, you could see the flush of Ruski. But you're back above all this selling. There's a ton of selling at 34. Like that's where all the volume is pretty much sitting at, right here where the point of control's at. And so you have to assume it's two-way trades right here. and I mean, all this we assume is, sellers winning kind of. So they've got to, I feel like it's just like, I feel like if they don't break, we could see a larger move to the upside. But right now it's pretty much like a 50-50s game. We could probably even detach here. You could probably trade this profile right here. Use that. This is the excess, right? And trade against this kind of weak high. But if you were to get a profile like this, right? So let's say you had a poor high on your profile, but you're one time framing up on this profile, and we're right at the value, the point of control. Okay, so we're one time framing up. Well, we haven't made a lower low, so we're not balanced yet. If the G makes a balance to the low, it should break this low. If it doesn't, that tells you can responsive long against this E low, right? Back up to fix the poor high. G low is now left a mechanical low, and that tells us that sellers are weak. So this is basically a poor low. Now we have 2 weak references left behind. Mechanical buyers are definitely the ones that are in the market right now. And it's going to take some initiation from either side really to push the low. More effort on the seller's side due to us being inside yesterday's value. So it's not really like sellers, it's not really like buyers have to show up that much in order to just fix this reference. That makes sense. Like shorts could just cover and that could fix this reference, and then we could sell more and start to head down there to at least to this 31. You know what I mean? And it could do the same thing. G could come up, fix this weak reference, leave excess, and then trade back into the center. Same thing here. If it doesn't break that low, well, that lets us know if we're short, we got to get out, right? We didn't break the E low. Fuck. We got to get out because this thing's coming back to the point of control. Yeah, over 42, side gives up. See, I don't know. I'm thinking in order for the sellers really to give up, we've got to see some. We're gonna have to see the market up here in 48, 46, 48 level, because there's a ton of volume up there. And so if we figure we're going 6 TPOs, 7 TPOs on 2, and then 6 TPOs above. And in order to get 6 TPOs, we'd have to come back up here and open up there. So G period would not only have to get bullish, it'd have to hold up there for F period to open up here to give us 6 higher. So if it can't do that, it makes sense to, if it makes sense that it could fail here if it doesn't get above the settle. So any breakout above needs to get above the settle for confirmation. I think we could still see sellers around here. What would be ultimate bull is if this thing moved up here, started to hold, point of control shifted up, and then hi ho, it's off to work we go.
Or are you talking about going back up or fading back down to the point of control?
I'm explaining both. Or actually there's like 4 scenarios.
Right, that last bit when you're
I lost you.
No, that last one you were explaining.
Oh, so my last one, I'm explaining like I'm long, right? But if we don't get above this 45, even up here, I'm like still finger on the flat, finger on the flat. I want to see the market get above here and give a peak. Like, hey, what's up with this volume up here? How do you guys feel? That's what I want to see. And I basically just been waiting for the market to establish on the open and then just buying the open.
Right, but if it doesn't get above that 45, then it's going to fade back down to probably the point of control. Or
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I think if it doesn't get above that 45, then there's probably good odds we fade back down below the open or even lower. Hello? Hey, buddy. Sounds good. Bye.
You calling me, Brett?
On accident, I pressed FaceTime button. What did you say, Mark? Above and hold 45 on F or can be on G. I'd like to see F open up there. Open up, or not F. No. On H. H open up here. Did I say F? I went backwards. I'm dyslexic. Yeah, I want to see G go up here, and I want to see H open up here and get higher because we'll leave Brad prints behind. And so we can assume there's trap shorts down on the point of control. So if no selling shows up, or if buying shows up, right, because we can assume probably get short covered to there. If no buyers show up and start buying this, then there's opportunity to fade back down, I guess. But and even a fail of that F high is kind of a weak look. I'm not a huge fan of that. I'd like to just push that off. It's right at the VWAP here. Come on, NASDAQ, do what you do. Take us up.
does the Nasdaq usually lead the S&P?
No, it's just like the Nasdaq was lagging today. Remember, I was saying the Dow was up. The Dow's up 0.45 right now. The ES is basically even, but the Nasdaq's down 0.5%. So the Nasdaq has a lot of the tech stocks in it, right? The Nasdaq 100 is mostly just made up of tech stocks. And so if the Nasdaq doesn't basically agree or get on board, then it's going to be hard for the ES to move or to basically, it needs the NASDAQ to be moving up because the tech stocks are the heaviest weighted stocks in the market. I'm going to put my stop on the tough one. Do I want to use 37 again? Last time I used 37, I didn't really like giving up that much energy. Decision made. I'm going to move my stop to 39 and leave it there. See if we can just ride this thing back up over that 45. So aggressive sellers selling in this area, which we kind of expected, right? Right off half back as well. But remember, if we break this down, right, you split the profile here. When you're looking at this, I mean, yeah, we see kind of a P shape, but we're at the top creating excess. Normally, when you think of short covering, you think of a rounded top without extension, not excess. And so I would say that if we get above that 45, it would almost confirm that there's buying here and good opportunity to trade back into, you know, this above this B high level, 54, 55. Just messed up a bit to the point. We'll have to take another crack at it. Oh, how can you set up that for you to show volume of percentage of delta? Yeah, you'd have to mess with it, Thomas. I'm not sure. I haven't messed with it very much, to be honest. That's why I only have it showing the delta, because I just want to see, like, I just want to see that information. See, it can sometimes tell you who's being aggressive per bar. But I don't track delta cumulatively. I think it's a mistake. Nazi has been spazzy today. Yeah, it's not. It's because of tech, right? Apple's getting Apple's rebounding pretty decent right now, but you know, you've got Apple down 1.1, Google down 1.5. So there's some tech stocks that are beat up a little bit. Tesla's down 3.5. Everyone's kind of sick of all the hats that Elon's wearing. A little bit of buyers getting stuck there on the 43.5. Not a huge fan of that look there. There we go. Nice, good fix. Now get continuation. Mechanical selling off the settles, nothing to think about. Look at the weighted AD, look at the tick. Look at the sectors. We'd like to see tech start going a little bit more positive here. VWAP's still flat. So honestly, there's really good odds that this thing just comes back down to 39, motherfucker. Nasdaq's above its VWAP and climbing. If we can establish here above this 45, we should at least see that 52, 54. It's coming down a little bit. Still positive though, so just because it's coming down doesn't necessarily really mean anything.
You're still in that long trade?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, have my stop at 39. There it will remain. Market retracing back down to VWAP, it looks like. There's good odds that it does come back down to the VWAP. Wouldn't necessarily want it to, but what can we do? All right, I'll be back. Winter truth. Let's get the fuck. Let's do something. David Saya, hey, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. Appreciate it. Have you guys do you guys like this better than Discord, the Zoom? Because I can just leave it up instead of sharing in the Discord. And just I can just leave the stream on. I don't have to go get Curtis for like an hour though, but I'm just not gonna be on the mic. Oh my god. Let's burst my eardrum. You guys smell that? That's capitulation. And tech's not really having any part of this bounce for the most part, not Apple at least. Apple looks like absolute shit.
Did Brad just leave it up so that we could see it? And
Yeah.
left?
No, I'm still here, but
Oh, no,
I'm
he's
just
still
not
there.
talking really. Reading.
Or I may just be talking to myself.
No, can you hear me?
I can hear Brad. Stacy might not. I can hear Brad.
Yeah, maybe he can't hear me. Watch the 41. Sellers are trying to get aggressive on this 41, it looks like. If they can't get below, then we should stop. We just here comes in the 40. So H period opens up. And remember, this is what the profile looks like right now. Another poor high. We have that mechanical GF low. We can't really be too trusting of anything right now. Let's see some capitulation. Look at the tick. It spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row above 0. So buyers are at least giving it the old college try here. But failure would be a very, very weak look. VWAP still flat. It's right at the 50 or 40, excuse me, 50 SMA, but right at the 40. There it goes.
Yeah, we need a break for a sec.
I think that was Steve.
I don't think he was talking to us.
Probably mumbling. I think if it's above 45, I should go long.
Yeah, crypto took a shit today for whatever reason. It used to be super correlated, but in the last like month or two, it's coming in its own thing. Which kind of sucks because, yeah, but I actually haven't done any crypto trading in like 4 weeks. Well, I did one ETH trade last week and lost my ass. Well, I mean, it was my ass, but it wasn't good. It's scary to do long trades because I lose internet. Like I've lost internet twice. I lost internet just now. So I think this town had a like a rolling blackout or something. I drove around and like none of the stop lights were working, and looked like none of the buildings had their lights on. So it's kind of weird. But all the news is in Spanish, so like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to find out. I was picking up out of San Diego for a long time, but I lost that. Really thinking about getting Starlink. Well, some of the I mean, it's got mixed reviews, but some of the videos I've watched, these guys, because it was just for houses for a while, but now they have for RVs, and they're getting like 250 megabytes per second, which is, I mean, that's 10 times faster than I'm getting right now. So that's, but just I don't know if it's how constant it is, like if there's any interruptions. I don't know if you have to wait till the satellites fly over. I don't know how that works. Meaning what? But they always put in a little disclaimer that Congress won't lose their, they don't get shut down. Their pay will still happen. Right. And the Democrats fucking the railroad workers. That was fucked up. I mean, no, they all they wanted they weren't trying to get sick. They get 0 sick days. Yeah, and it's like, and then for Bernie Sanders to go up there, and because any senator can pause a bill for a week, and so Bernie could have paused it for a week, and then what's her name, trying to say Warren, Elizabeth Warren could have paused it. That's 2 weeks, but they would have won that. They would have won that in 2 days. I mean, not gonna hold up train. I mean, you can't hold up trains for more. Hold on. I'm literally the only person around, but somehow they set to blow their horn. It's so weird. I don't remember saying hi, but yeah, I mean, if they just held it off for a week, but I don't know, because you take people's right away to fucking protest. That's un-American to me. I mean, that's, I don't know. Reagan did the same thing with the airline workers, tower workers. Uh, and then what's crazy is that the news was all about, how like selfish the railroad workers were to hold up just for their. It's like, well, why aren't you pissed at the railroad tycoons for not just giving them their fucking sick days? I mean, you know, Like you guys been working a whole year, not having one sick day. That's during COVID. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? We're in a pandemic, but don't you take a day off? He might go on long if it takes that beehive, but still kind of scared. Yeah. Well, if it goes, if it capitulates right there, then yeah. If it like flies right through it, I don't know. You're still not long? Oh, I didn't even see it go back down. I'm assuming I was reset my internet. I'm really thinking about heading up to Oregon. I got a friend that really wants me to. She's got like this 150-year-old house that needs some work, and she wants to Airbnb it. I'm gonna be up there for a couple months, and I can really concentrate on trading. And I'll be in a set spot with good internet and multiple screens and the works. Yeah, it's just freezing there right now. It's like 20 something degrees. It's like fuck. I'm over here sweating. Yeah, putting on shorts right now. It's like probably over 80 degrees right now. It's beautiful. It's hard to even think about snow. But from here to Portland's almost 2,000 miles. It's fuck, that's a drive. And I hate driving at night, but my vision's going bad at night. I'm gonna have to get glasses. Getting old. Well, usually when you get old, it's the close vision. You can't, you need like reading glasses, but I'm the opposite. I'm having a hard time seeing far, especially at night. Like I gotta be like right up on the sign to see what the road is. It's like, damn it. How old are you? 30 something? 32? 34? 34? Man, that'd be great. That's like the perfect age right there. I always thought that like 35 because you're still kind of young, but you're old enough to get respect. You know what I mean? Like you're not a kid, but you're not like, over the hill. It's perfect. That's why I always enjoy. Wonder why Poke never comes onto the stream. He's always posting stuff. I'm gonna ask him. He's usually got interesting stuff to post too. Forex just seems really slow. Like it's all 0.00, you know. Right. It is good though that I'm pretty happy that Fidelity is doing an exchange, which is huge. I mean, that's a lot of yeah. Which yeah, they did that. It's only for accounts like over 100,000 or something, but at least it's something. It's funny that they think like people with over 100,000 are more like sophisticated than like I don't know where they got that number at. Yeah, you got 100 grand, you're not smart enough to. But I guess yeah, no. But I guess you also have to be able to sustain the loss because it could go. It is funny that as soon as Kramer announced it's going to zero, he's like, oh, all time highs are coming in. He's still wrong all the time. It's so funny.
He said crypto's going to zero, didn't he, yesterday?
He said, yeah, Bitcoin's going to zero. Yeah,
Oh,
to
yeah.
get out right now, still everything. Everybody's like, all right, it's going all time highs. Everybody jump in. But the Fidelity CEO, whatever, he's saying it could hit 250 by 2024, which that would be insane.
250, like $2.50.
No, 250,000.
Oh, by 2024.
Yeah, which is not far away. A year.
250,000. That's
Yeah. Well, what happened? The good thing that happened with this FTX is that everybody pulled their crypto off exchanges, and it's the lowest amount. So there's very little on exchanges now, and so when people do start buying. There's very little left, and there's only I think I forget how many million left, but like 18 million. But there's like I think 49 million millionaires. So even if every millionaire wanted one Bitcoin, it wouldn't be enough. So it's gonna shoot the price way up. Plus all these banks and now that Walmart's taking crypto, and I mean it's just getting more adopted. And Brazil was a big thing too. That's huge. That they made it a currency there. That's a huge country. I think there's a lot of other countries that want to get in, but they don't want to kick themselves in the dick like uh whatever the other country was that got in uh El Salvador, because they announced it first, and it shot the price up when he bought it. You know what I mean?
and he averaged in on the dip. And he was wrong, down a lot lower.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like everybody's giving Michael Saylor a lot of shit, but he'll be a hero when it goes back up, like it was. You know what I mean? But even still, I saw Michael Saylor do a great. He was on uh uh Versatile or can't think of the name of that YouTube show. It's super popular. Uh, Versatile or something. I don't know, but he's still saying that he's up 54%, which is more than
He's up
most things.
54%.
Yeah, from when he started.
Hmm.
You know, so but they're saying that he lost $2 billion, but they're taking when he bought it all time high, not averaging in all the other times he bought. But I mean,
Yeah, they're taking it off unrealized gains.
yeah.
Like at one point, he would have been up 2 billion or whatever, down so much that he's basically giving it all back.
Yeah, and that's a lot of my friends gave me shit when I got them into crypto, and then it came down. It's like, they take from when it was all time high to what it is now, and they're like, oh, I'm down. It's like, no, you bought down here. You're not. You can't take from when you were at the high, then say, okay, I lost this much. No, it's where you started from. That's where you're down.
Right.
Or up. But still, most people that bought over 2 years ago are still up. I mean, it was at 9,000 like 2 years ago, so it's not, still.
Yeah, that's
But
true. I know a couple of
I
people
just
that are still in that. They got in at like $500, $1,000.
awesome. That's because that was tough to buy back then. I mean, really, anytime buying before like 2020 was tough because it was just a guessing game if it was going to work or not. Like it was like, you really had to have conviction.
Yeah.
I wish I had. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Right. That's with everything.
Yeah. But it's good that I mean, crypto. Glad you got a lot of crypto.com because that if they don't get tied up in this FTX. Which I guess they didn't have a lot in the FTX. Um, that'll be a good. That'll be a good site. A good coin.
Yeah, I figured one of these coins has got to be a winner. So, and if it's wrong, then it's a. I understand the bet is basically a gamble, and I'm willing to lose it if it happens. So, but CRO token is pretty cheap.
Yeah, and it's a pretty decent exchange too. Um, I had some issues with them. I couldn't get, and actually, I lost a lot of money because of them. It's my fault. I had like I had a whole bunch of coins on there, and they wouldn't let me take them off for some reason, and I ended up mother effing them on Twitter, and they suspended me on their thing, and then. But what I ended up having to do was I had to switch everything to Bitcoin, and then I was able to pull Bitcoin off. And then I went to Coinbase and rebought everything, but I didn't. I fucked when I didn't rebuy Eldoran, which was at $2, and that shit went for like 400. And I was like, oh shit! One day it jumped up like $200. Like, oh man, I'm making. And it looks like, oh shit, I never bought it. It's like I totally screwed up. And same thing happened with Voyager. I bought a ton of Voyager at like super cheap, and then went way up, and I checked. It's like, oh, the trade didn't go through because I lowered the gas fees, and so the trade didn't go through. And I thought I had bought it. I did. I was like, ah, oh,
That's annoying.
yeah, yeah, just totally my fault. Just honestly, I wish I had never made a ton of money to begin with, because it took me so long to realize I was just lucky. I just thought I was fucking a genius. You know what I mean? When it comes to the train.
I think most people that started trading crypto during COVID thought that.
But then I would have never found you, and so everything works out for a reason. Yeah, that's for a reason. But I found you through that. I forget what the guy's name is. Something 137, 135, whatever his name was. Which is not even on your thing anymore. He was at the beginning.
Sorry, what'd you say? I was fucking having a coughing attack right there. My God.
I'm saying I wouldn't have found you, so everything happens for a reason. But I actually found you through that. I can't remember the guy's name. It was something 137 and 135 or something. That is his name.
Oh, Ramon, yeah.
And then he kind of bailed.
Yeah.
Which is weird because it seemed like he was doing good. But
Well, what happened was he got Bitcoin cheap. I think his average was like 30K. And then it went up to like 60K. And all of a sudden he was like a 24-year-old kid with an extra 60 grand and didn't know what to do. And then started taking loans out against it. And then started living off of it, I think. And then, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I haven't heard from him ever since the whole thing. So.
well, that Michael Saylor interview with Veracity or something, whatever the name of that show is, it's really good because you really explain the difference between a commodity and a security. He's basically saying that every coin there's a security except for Bitcoin, and because commodity is something that's not it's decentralized. Not somebody owns. It's like lumber, oil, whatever. Not one person owns it, but a lot of these exchanges, one person does so. Like a stock, or and uh, it was just a really good interview that basically saying that, and he went off to the FTX stuff, and what they were doing was super nefarious. I mean, it was actually worse than what most people are saying. I mean, and and he has to have known what he was doing. Like for him to act stupid. That's why I love that CoffeeZilla when he was basically interviewing SPX. It's like, how are you this Fortune 500 smartest guy in the world guy, and then all of a sudden now you don't know what was going on. You don't have any idea what was happening. Like,
Yeah.
And but yeah, it was really an interview, and basically just explained that Bitcoin's really the only one that's not that's you know that isn't a security. So he thinks that all these coins, even like Ethereum, is going to go as soon if they make it. If they decide it's a security, that it's because you have to do it through an exchange, and then you're not going to be able to use gas fees. Like none of that's going to work, and so it's really not going to be able to, But,
Right, because they're gonna put their own fees on it.
right.
They'll be the controller.
And even with Ethereum right now, other people have their tokens locked up. Nobody knows when they're gonna unlock these. Be able to unlock it. It keeps getting pushed off and pushed off, and it's like,
What's that? Ethereum 2.0?
yeah. Everybody's got their shit staked right now, and it's supposed to, as soon as 2.0 comes out, then they can unstake their stuff. But when's that gonna happen? It may never happen. They could just decide, no, never mind. We're just gonna keep all your tokens. I mean,
Well, they just took a loan from everybody basically, and they're just using that loan that they took from everybody to do whatever they're doing it with. Yeah, and if whatever they're trying to do doesn't work out, then those people, they'll just be like, well, sorry, we lost it.
and one thing that Michael Saylor pointed out that I never even thought of is that one of the big things that FTX was doing was they were doing trades that the fees were super low. They were like way 30 times more than everybody else's, but he wasn't doing it to to make money on fees or whatever, or get trades. What he was doing is to get people to put their liquidity in there. You know what I mean? And so
Because
it
he
was
was taking loans off the money that was in the people's accounts.
yeah, and making fake tokens. I mean, he's basically making tokens out of air and then using those as collateral. But the real, but it was going on is that the real, and same with I don't know if you listen to the All In podcast. You ever listen to those guys?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's basically four billionaires. They do a podcast every week, and it's actually really good, and they go over a lot of business stuff. But it's really the biggest fault was all these people lending money, Sequoia and all these with no board of directors. They didn't usually, if you lend somebody $100 million, you put somebody on their board, so you can kind of watch them doing it. Nobody did that. Everybody just kind of just trusted the guy, and so there was just zero oversight with and he was getting billions, and then making a fake token and learning against that, and just I don't know. He needs to go to jail, but it won't
Mhm.
happen. It's not going to happen. I mean, I think the only reason Bernie Madoff went to jail is because he stole from rich people. If he hadn't stole from rich people, rich white people, he'd have got jail.
Well, I guess we'll see. Yeah, because his trial's coming up.
I just
To
can't
the
believe how much.
VWAP. You can't what?
I just can't believe how much Tom Brady lost in that. That just seems I don't know.
Fathomable,
Yeah, doesn't he have like accountants and lawyers and friends and family? Just like, hey man, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Like, just I don't know. It just seems. But that's how he got so many people to join him, because he has all these famous people and naming
Well,
stadium.
he got duped.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, I'm wondering if Mr. Wonderful actually got duped or was part of it, because he's super shady.
Why? Why is he shady?
Well, because the reason that he even has his money is that he sold a scam educational program to Tyco for I think almost $1 billion, and the shareholders voted against it, but he somehow got the board to buy it anyway, and it turned out it was all BS. And he got sued for it, but I don't know if he won that or whatever. And then he started a hedge fund. It was the worst performing hedge fund for years, and so he's not as like the super smart. He stole money from Tyco, basically almost $1 billion, and that's how he got started. And and I also I tried to get on that uh on that you ever watch Shark Tank?
Yeah.
I tried to get on that show with this business that I had, and I couldn't get on. And I always wonder if that show was bullshit or not, because I mean, all those reality shows are BS, like all the Pawn Stars and the uh, where they go to the storage wars, all that kind of stuff, and and so if Shark Tank is real, it'd be the only real show on TV, which would be unreal. But it turns out it is BS. They you get to pay to be on there, and and that's what the big deal is. So because you're not really trying to get those guys to invest in, you're trying to get you for everybody else to invest in. You know what I mean? And so you're
Right.
paying to get on the show, and so that's kind of the thing. It's like, well, that's why I didn't get on there, because I didn't give them any money. You know what I mean? So
Right.
you know,
And you're
but
not going to get on there unless you give up some money. So
right. Because it's funny when people go on there and they're asking for like 5% or whatever. It's like you should watch the show. They always want like 50%. Like,
yeah.
and really, if you really do that, you would want them to put it 50%, because the more interest they have in it, the more interest they have in it. You know what I mean? They're not going to care about a company only have 5% in. But there's just
Right.
no way that they're buying all these companies every week and have the time to, you know.
I'll be back.
Okay. Hey, Roach, how's your trading going today? You still on? No. Well, if I takes the high at H, it's almost like a one-time framing up for the last couple hours. It's a decent trend. Back down. Let's come back down. Oh,
This is that flush.
yeah. Seemed like it was kind of like an uptrend, but yeah, it was just stuck shorts. Crazy that tech went from pretty strong green to pretty strong red, like in a second. Maybe something happened. Well, that's back down to 0.12.
Yeah, there it goes, really. It takes that H low.
Yeah.
Because the C low, if it takes the C low, then you know.
Yeah. I still don't have any cut. If it takes CeeLo, then I'll just capitulate. I might take a short. But just having a good day. I'm afraid to ruin it.
I know. Me too. I'm having a great day. I'm fucking like sitting up like $400. So it's like, God,
Nice.
I've taken two other trades for one lot 2 points and one lot for 3 points. But since then, but I'm good. It's like I don't really want to pull the trigger on anything unless I think it's going to go.
Brad keeps shaking his longs.
Well, if it stays above that 37, seems like it keeps hitting it and coming back up.
Yeah, the 100-day moving average.
Yeah.
If it bounces off that a couple more times, it's probably going to shoot back up to the settle yesterday. Maybe.
There ain't nothing that tells me to go long though.
Now, especially with that ticket at negative 613.
Yeah.
That's going to get the kids. I gotta read more or watch, see what's going on with the Putin or what happened. He decided to announce that because he originally there was all the news that he had said that, but then he kind of walked it back and said, didn't really say that, and now
What are you talking about, Kev?
that Putin saying he's going to use nukes. I guess that was a big news today.
I did. I heard that heard you guys talking about that this morning.
Yeah, I don't know what happened that. And I don't honestly, I'm a big conspiracy theorist anyway, but I think this whole war is fucking bullshit anyway. I mean, you got that fucking president who was a comedian, we put him in there, and then, and he's out there making rap videos and there are so many videos of them making videos that are like almost like a Hollywood set, and if it was so bad, they wouldn't have to make videos, you know what I mean? Like it would just be, super terrible, but I don't know. And we're just funneling money there. It's the most corrupt country in Europe, and we just keep funneling money over there. Everybody's funneling money over there. It's like, where's all this money going? And you know what's the other crazy thing is this was a few months ago, but there was a story about how he had paid 90, I think it was $90 billion in an interest loan, and most of it was to hedge funds in the U.S. It's like, well, wait a second, if you've got the money to pay interest on a loan, like why aren't we just forgiving the loans instead of sending you money? It's like, oh, stand with Ukraine, stand with Ukraine. Oh, forgive your loan. Oh no, we don't love you that much. You know what I mean? It's like, and it's
Yeah,
like,
right.
you got $90 billion to pay interest. Why don't you have money to feed your people and house them and get electricity going and all this other crap? It's like, so I don't know. It's just, and it's such a proxy war. I mean, and it just kills me that we keep sending money over there and we're not paying shit here. You know what I mean? We're not, helping homeless, paying teachers, paying firemen, like just the normal shit you'd think you would do first, But I don't know. And then all these progressive, Democrats that are always supposedly against all this shit, they all voted for more money for them. It's like, where's all this money coming from? Because I guarantee you, if you put a vote to the people and you said, okay, we're going to send money to Ukraine, but you have to pay $5 more in taxes, it would be a fuck no. Like there's a
I know, right?
I'm not paying a penny. You know what I mean? But but of course that never happens. I don't know, but they also watched this whole thing about how they don't believe in mutual assured destruction. Like they really believe that they can win a nuclear war if they. And they've got these missiles that are so fast. They're like, I forget, it's like 4,500 miles an hour. They go whatever. They're so fast that we can't barely even track them. And then early on, they used one that went way over and hit some military base on the far side of Ukraine just to show that they could do it. You know what I mean? It's like, so I'm not even sure that Russia's even using all their good stuff anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Are they really? Because it does seem kind of unbelievable that they can't take over or can't win, Ukraine. But of course, we couldn't beat Afghanistan, a bunch of farmers with pitchforks, and I mean, for 20 years, I mean, that was so embarrassing, But were we really trying to win, or were we just, securing poppy fields for the CIA to, do COVID operations, which that's been going on forever. Because that's originally what they're talking about, how it got in there, because the Taliban was taking over the poppy field, which is what CIA's been having since the 50s to, do all their shit without having to go to Congress. So who knows what the real story is? Because the news is so bought, you can't really believe anything. And then would a nuclear one, would that tank the markets or would that help the markets? Like, does it definitely help the military industrial complex? I mean, they would, which is I think the reason that we left all that shit in Afghanistan anyway, just so that we could have to rebuy everything. Oh, I guess we gotta buy.
I know you have to bring it all over again, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
it.
There's a great I don't know, TikTok or short YouTube video of Trump, which I'm not a big Trump fan, but he did have some good points, and he's basically calling I think his name is Millis or something, one of the generals. Just calling him a fucking idiot because Millis was saying that it was cheaper to leave the stuff there than to bring it back, and Trump's like, these fucking planes are $50 million. These helicopters are $100 million. You tell me that it's cheaper than put half a tank of gas in there and fly it over to wherever than to, which is true. It's like, how could it possibly be cheaper to leave that shit there? But it's just, so we have to rebuy it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's why there's a military contractor in every district so that, they put pressure on every congressperson.
Yeah, the building and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like something like 2,000. Really, what they need to do is get rid of lobbying, which should be illegal anyway. I mean, you can't give a judge $1,000 to go one way or the other, or a cop 1,000, but you can give it to a senator. That's just campaign donation. It's insane. But that'll never happen. Because the only people that can change that are the people that get the money. So they're not going to do that. And who knows? Maybe when you get into Congress, maybe your life and your family's threatened anyway. Like, who knows? You know what I mean? It seems like everybody that goes in there with good intentions ends up doing all the
Get
best shit.
corrupted.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
is it?
That was all I could have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro.
And he's broke.
Well, Jay just opened up.
I'm not sure what it's gonna do.
Now, I really thought that. Well, I was thinking that if I broke the top of H, that it'd be like a one-time framing up, and that'd be a pretty good trend. But that didn't happen. So, yeah, I don't know.
I just think I don't think if it gets below the open, then yeah, we're all fucked. It's going down. But if it just keeps bouncing off that open.
Well, all my trades have been short today anyway, so kind of.
Oh, I'm out.
I had a short bias.
Yeah.
But it never even really went that low. I mean, But that tick is negative 700. So I don't know. I'm scared to get into a trade. Is Roach still on here? Sonny Roach?
I don't know who's on here.
He's pretty good. Like, he's got some good insight. He's been doing it for a while.
Yeah, Roach is still here.
Yo, Roach, wake up. Is that his last name, or is that just
It's
something
a
he picked?
nickname.
Nickname?
Yeah.
It's a weird nickname to pick.
It's a different. I mean, shoot, back in the day, everybody used to have crazy nicknames.
Yeah.
Mine was spaz.
Spaz?
Yeah. Because I was small, and if you picked on me, I fucking just punched you. I
Spaz
didn't wait
bad.
for you to, I didn't wait for someone to come fucking start picking on me and punch me. I just fucking hit him right in the face right out the gate.
I didn't get into a lot of fights. That's actually lucky I was bigger than most people. So I didn't a lot of fights. But hold on, loud train. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, maybe he's gonna go lower. I think Brad was in the line. I don't know if he closed his trade out, but I'm pretty sure he was in the long when he left. Probably closed it out. So you're definitely moving to Dallas or Texas, huh?
Definitely moving.
That's cool. Well, I think it sucks about Texas. I don't know how much outdoor guys you are, but it does kind of suck for like there's like no mountains or no lakes really. There's no, it's pretty much just wide open. You drive, especially in Dallas, you drive like 8 hours in each direction. You're still in Texas, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of room.
And there is a lot of tornadoes. They don't seem to really hit in the town as much. Like it's kind of more outskirts. I lived in Kansas for a couple of years in like junior high. And they had a lot of tornadoes. Every Wednesday they had a tornado drill where everybody would set off the alarms and everybody would have to go to the tornado shelter. It never happened when I was there though. You're in San Francisco, right?
In the Bay Area, yeah.
There. Yeah, I was talking to Brad yesterday before about how the not city council, but the board of supervisors had voted to arm robot cops with guns with live ammo.
I heard you guys talking about that, but I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, and then the chief of police is like, no, we don't want to do that. We're gonna put explosives on him. It's like, what? Man, what could go wrong? Like, how is that even a needed thing? Like, and it's got to be, it's got to be easier to want to kill somebody remotely than have to actually do it.
Right.
Nobody gonna blow them up. And he was talking, and they used two examples of the reasons that they think it's needed. One of them was the Vegas shooter back in 2017, where the guy killed like hundreds of people. Remember that shooting from the casino, the upper floors of the casino, and shooting out people at the concert. Remember that?
Yeah, that was crazy.
But like, what, you're gonna send a bomb to a hotel and blow them up? And then the other one was if there's a suicide bomb. It's like, well, when does that ever happen? And why would you send a bomb guy to stop a guy with a bomb? Like, how is that? How are those two things? And there was only two supervisors that were against it. That's what one of the guys said. Is like, you're gonna use a bomb against a guy with a bomb? Like, is that even?
Well, one thing about bombs is, just because you explode one bomb doesn't mean another bomb will explode. It has to be armed.
Right,
So
right.
if you
But
can
still.
blow up someone who's going to explode a bomb and they have a bomb on them, there's a good chance that bomb won't go off. And theirs could be worse than the one that you're exploding.
Could be.
You're just looking to kill them. You're just looking to kill the person who's going to try and explode the bomb.
But has the U.S. ever had a suicide bomber? Have we had a suicide bomber? Like, is that even a thing?
I'm sure. Yeah,
Have
I
we?
mean, I'm sure it happens. You just don't fucking hear about it like you do all the fucking shootings and shit because it's all covert areas and shit.
Yes. But it'd have to be in San Francisco. Like, has San Francisco ever had a suicide bomber? I mean, I don't know. It just
They've
seems
had
like
people that try to take possession of different buildings by doing something similar, but nothing to that extent.
I just feel like it's got to be pressure from Silicon Valley because that's where all that shit's made. You know, all the robots and stuff, and you know, they got to sell their shit. It's like, just seems like such an unneeded dystopian thing. You know what I mean? It's like so many other things to worry about. You're gonna put arming, like they even have robot cops is a weird thing. Like, I don't know how many cities even have that, but I don't know. But you like Dallas, you like Texas.
Yeah, I will for sure like Texas. I mean, my kids lived in Texas for 4 years. I used to fly
You'll
over
get
there every month.
you'll get twice the house and twice you have in San
Oh yeah,
Francisco.
we've already picked out like a house that has an ADU built into it for my in-laws because that's really the reason why we're even entertaining the idea of moving.
What's an AEU?
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't know. It's like a smaller. It's like a mother-in-law unit.
Oh, I got
That's
you.
the basic term. I don't know what it means. My wife's in the industry, and she just fucking throws out these acronyms, and I just have to fucking.
Additional dwelling unit.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what the VWAP means, so
While
sure
you
the
waited.
fucking gonna figure out what an ADU is. Additional dwelling unit. Yeah, good
That's
job,
cool.
Steve.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that. That's a good job. Well, that's cool. And they're horse friendly. Texas.
Hey, I'll be back in about 20 minutes, guys. I gotta go help a customer.
Uh-oh. Can't be good. What is going on with my charger? Bitch.
Fuck, I don't know. I'll be a huckleberry. I'm sitting here singing to everybody.
Nice. $1 million, that's nothing. What?
What I miss?
A little bit of downside, yep, and a little bit of upside. So not much. J went down pretty fast. Shape went down pretty fast. Okay, opened up and went back up. I thought when that tick was down to like negative 750, it was gonna start going down pretty good, but then it went back up. Did you have a good birthday?
Yeah, he did. The market's right back at the VWAP. Basically, you know, in going back and forth over here. I mean, this day is, you know, like it's an inside balance day, pretty much. Inside day because it hasn't broken above or below the low of yesterday or above the high, which is a long ways up. And really, for the most part, it's, you know, just overlapping value or inside value. So there's no real change in the market. Hey,
Wait, say it again.
there's just no real change in the market today so far, as far as like, you know, like we're just kind of balancing at the low.
I think it seems like we're just like consolidating. I mean, it's like every period has had one at least overlap. Not a very tight range though, 48 to 30. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a tight range. That's 18 points for the value area.
Oh yeah, I mean, not. I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not that big comparatively to yesterday. There's still, you know, okay. We get to an hour left, basically, hour and a half, hour 20. So there's still time for someone really to make a drastic decision, but better odds that we just keep balancing.
Got it.
I was just reading how her Toronto car just settled their lawsuit for 168 million. I guess well, they had reported thousands, but 356 people actually went to jail for because they said they stole the cars, but it was just a inventory issue with the Hertz. Can you fucking imagine going to jail for stealing a car that you rented? That's so
The guy
embarrassing.
that the guy that wrote that software glitch is going to be paying a significant price.
Well, they did say that the insurance is going to cover most of it, so it's not going to affect their earnings. So, which is crazy, but I mean, you think you would double check before you actually pick up the phone and call the police. You would double check. Let's make sure this guy really didn't steal the car. You know, nah, just like assumptions.
I wonder how much of that is actually going to go to the people though.
Yeah, true.
I'll tell you, if I had to spend a night in jail, man, that entire 360 million would come to me. Well, I would do my best to make that happen.
Yeah.
That's pretty messed up.
Because you've still been arrested. I mean, they haven't been convicted. You still have that. I mean, it's still bad. I mean, plus spending a night in jail for something you didn't fucking do. Probably on a road trip or whatever, you know, family, you know. It would suck. And Nutella just bought Blue Bunny ice cream. Blue Bunny's pretty bomb.
the markets aren't really doing much. I'm gonna mess around with the profiles for a second. So if you're using this profile, I apologize.
No problem. I'm gonna just be back to a bit.
So what I'm looking at here, and I've combined the past to the first, and then to the sixth, so just today and yesterday, and then before that from the 5th to the 1st, just to kind of see where the volume lies. Right here we see 35K. We're a lot bigger range with this upper volume here, so it's tough. It's kind of a tough one. I think I'm going to keep.
Does this include Globex?
Yeah, this is including Globex. Okay, so there we go. That's what
How much
this
weight
is.
do you put in Globex for the?
Not much.
Oh.
I'm just looking at volume. I'm just trying to track inventory right now. And so what I'm thinking is kind of, you get all this inventory, the market moves up, shorts, weekends get trapped here, the market bombs up, bunch of volume, exchanges hands, and we're at like 94,000 right there of volume in futures contracts. And then the past 2 days, we look at the point of control, it's about 58,000, but you're also seeing a ton, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 levels that have 50K or more. And if we look up here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 19, 20, 21 levels with 50K or more. Basically, we can assume like if their selling is not necessarily over, maybe. Or the distribution, we can call it, is not necessarily over.
So what did you conclude?
That there's still some inventory out there somewhere. So basically, either it can get flushed into the market and break this low, and then that gap is going to come, or that buyer, the one that's still holding the inventory, is accumulating more. at the low of balance. And the only thing that would really lead us to that is overlapping to higher value. But really, at this point, we really can't judge anything because we're still inside yesterday's range. So, really hard to gather concrete evidence when, for the most part, the entire day has been spent trading inside of yesterday's values area. And most of the volume is inside yesterday's value area, almost at the same spot at TPOC as VPOC today. So. But it, kind of looks like a B-shaped profile, or like a kind of like a B-shaped profile, to be honest. A small, ugly one.
Yeah.
And with an hour left, I highly doubt there's going to be 500,000 volume, and I could be wrong, that comes in the last hour that just equal the volume of yesterday. So.
Well, does the end of the day, the last half hour get pretty volatile with everybody trying to shore up their positions, or
Yeah, normally.
actually never really watched the last half hour before.
And that's normally what I do watch. I normally watch the first noon with everybody, and then most of the time I'm just fucking off until the last hour, last half hour, and then I would like to watch the close.
I will do the same.
I try to get all the stuff I need to get done before that last half hour, just to give a little bit of insight on how people are acting at the end. Like yesterday, if sellers were strong, this rally shouldn't have rallied so far off of the low, I think, and closed up so high. And that's what kind of led me to be a little bit cautious of downside today. Not that there wasn't downside opportunity for sure, but just led me to be cautious of any continuation. And for the most part, when we think about our initial range or initial balance, A and B, pretty wide range, we've really only been out of that, couple point and a half. Other than that, everything's been contained. So we can assume really that most of the trading done today is by shorter time frame traders.
Let's see. It just seemed like a weird day where the A had so much, range, and then it just kind of got stripped of that.
Yeah, well, it was I think my dad probably identified it the best, is that A was just short covering straight up and then immediately gave everything back.
Right.
What were you guys talking about while I was gone? Guess Guns America had to write up on this, and a Dallas robot was used to kill the mass shooter.
Oh, we talked about robot cops in San Francisco. Talked about the war.
So as we're getting into Power Hour, here's about to start. I got to take off to go get mine now, but what we can assume is now that they're breaking the open, their target is that prior day low. Below the prior day low, if they're able to hang out there when L period opens, and that's as L period opens, if they're able to push down here below the open and hang out there until M period opens, we can assume that anybody that's a buyer up here is going to start to liquidate, and that's probably going to pick up gas on the downside. And then on the flip side of that, if we get above the settle, any sellers that are short from last night and in the low of yesterday, they're going to start to cover here, and you could see a little bit of a pop back to back to this higher range, with 66 still being that overhead resistance, I think. I gotta jump out, go grab my daughter. I'll be back.
Very cool. I'm gonna hop off, guys. I don't know if there's anybody still on here. I will see you guys in the morning.
Later. Have a good day.
Hey, you too, man.
the market gets above this 36 level, it seems like this is where all the volume is trapped at. That L period failed to make that low, so unless it really push below, it needs to fix this low. Going up from here, although I wouldn't, be mad if it did go up, but leaving that poor low behind is kind of the reason we came down here in the first place, was to fix the previous poor low, although we traded much lower than it. Well, not really, right? Because that previous poor low was right here at the 44 pretty much, or really not that far below it. It does seem like it because we're just spending so much time down here. But leaving another poor low, like relatively within 20 handles of the same spot, is not ideal for a good structure. So it looks like shorts are starting to cover again on the 32. See what they do there. I think it just makes it lighter, Jake. Like if the Fed's not talking, everyone's just kind of like, who cares this shit. What's that, buddy? Does it shoot? Nice. There's probably a button though. You probably don't have to flick it. No, I'm sure there's a button. You're not even finished. What, it shows somebody flicking it? Yeah. Oh, that's stupid. Could be a button. Well, no, you got to think about it. You got to think about it like nothing too dramatic after the initial move is put on. You know what I mean? Unless there's news. Like, so the market right now, because basically we're hanging on to every word the Fed says. So we have nowhere to get information because the Fed's not talking this week. And so with the Fed not talking this week, we're hanging on to every bit of news that's hitting the wire. And anytime, Donald Trump's getting sued, boom, the market moves. Putin's going to drop some nukes, boom, the market moves. Oh, Biden lost a bunch of money, boom, the market moves, right? Like there's always these things really that are affecting the market, but the market really hasn't done, for the most part, very much today. I mean, yesterday we got some downside. Friday we got some, or Monday we got some downside. Tuesday we got some downside. Friday we got some decent. Excuse me. Friday was actually kind of an up day, really, but just up. It was like it opened lower and then moved up all day. It was kind of like one of those down up days. And if we think about this morning where we were at, like look at the tick, just very neutral, right? And we're 15 minutes toward this to close, so you're gonna start to see some weak hands start to close here. And if it stays, like I said, I think if it stays above 36, we could start to see some upside. And if it gets below 32, then I think they may try to fix this poor low to lead to the close, which would be a bearish close. If this thing closed outside of value, when we've been building value basically right here all day, and it closed down here, that would kind of lead me to believe like we can probably get short in Globex almost. But the tick's basically trading the same. The VWAP is, I mean, almost a fucking perfectly perpendicular to the market here. That's kind of where I think the target is up here, 39. Isn't much above 36, so maybe even a little bit more short covering if it gets up there. NASDAQ is basically right at its VWAP as well. When we've been down here before, though, we've seen a little bit more negative in the tech, but we do have to think now we've got financials is negative. Financials was positive before. Consumer discretionary is negative. Communications negative.
Are you in a trade, Brad?
No. What's that music? Is that your music?
No, I'm on hold. Sorry.
I think shorts are covering again on 32.
Fucking Bronco.
What would you say? I had a question meant to ask, is there a way to see whether longs or shorts are more likely to close their trades en masse? There's like MOC that comes out at the end of the day. Let me see if it came out already. I don't really pay attention to it, so 1.3 billion on the sell side. MOC imbalance. And if you just follow breaking market news on Twitter, that's where I'm getting that information. Breaking market news on Twitter. White House energy advisor said the SPR will be replenished by the US 3 minutes ago. Oil's closed anyways, has like no effect. What kind of stupid ass timing is that?
Yes.
I mean, you would think it would. The last time they said they're going to refill the SPR, the market moved lower and then higher. So, and the market closed. The oil market closed lower. Cash session closed at like 71.99, 72. Down again another 4% from peak to trough. What are you in a long, Dan? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. You're looking for 38? Yeah. I think you should be good. I think we should trade 39.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Lincoln.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Test.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh wait, hold on. I know why. There we go. Now I'm back.
Yeah, no, I got into I wanted to get into this a little earlier. I'm just doing it in the sim.
Dude,
Hang on. Here's that 36.
The
This is where that short covering is gonna pop from if it pops.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, you're
This
in a
is-
good trade, I think.
This is what I was telling you, Link. That was what I was saying is that I felt like it was going to go back up and hit POC. My my take profit is at 38.25. And my entry was 27.25, but I did that in the sim. So when I did it in the real one, I was actually, I think in 30. My
Yeah, you
entry
were-
was 30.
Yeah, you were over there.
But I mean, I got still 3.5 points or something like that. So it's not like I did bad, but I just wish I had taken this. I wish I had been a little bit more. Dang. Oh, well.
I hope this elevator music's not copyrighted.
I'm sorry. I can't. I gotta wait
Yeah.
for these fuckers to pick up the phone.
What is it with the elevator music?
There's 39 right there.
Yeah. I was gonna do this in real, but I'd already told myself don't do it. I'm gonna take off too.
Did it not get you at, what did you not sell it at, oh, you pushed your stops up or you pushed your take profits up?
Yeah, I pushed my take profits down and I moved my stops up. So that one went from 32 to 39, 38.5.
Why are you not just taking profit right there though? That's where you
I saw
originally
that call.
intended to take profit, was right here, right? And you've got
39, I
minutes.
think.
You just think
39.
flush.
I had it just
Yeah.
a hair over the VWAP. Well, the VWAP, where is the VWAP?
39.5.
Yeah, I had it just a hair. I had it at 40.25 is where I had it. Now I got it at 39.75. Maybe I'll move it to 39.
I took a trade right there too, but I took it 36 to 39. That was it. I don't tend to take trades this late either. And normally I'm not even on the computer, but
Well, when I got in, I had a 2-tick stop.
Right. No. I'm not saying anything wrong with the trade, but if you have an initial plan of where you think it's going to go, you might as well just max it out, especially if you're in 4 lots. You know, even if it does run up at the close, you'd be better off just taking the 3 points on 4 lots. That's what 12 points right there. That's a pretty good nail.
That was a monster. That was a monster nail. I saw it, and Stacy and I were sitting there talking about it, and I got in on the bottom tick at 3932.5 and never looked back. Didn't even. I had a 2 tick stop loss, and it never came down. And as soon as it hit the fucking open, I put my stop at the open, and it was golden from there.
Nice.
Well, when it got to 35, I think I put my stop at the open.
And really, if it gets back below 36, it could flush again. So it's like, you don't want to be messing with it right now, I feel like. It looks like, oh, big bids down like 34, 33, and then there's a big offer up at 40. No real information from the market today, though, honestly.
Whole thing's gonna fucking 25 seconds.
Yeah, this thing is about to go crazy.
Yeah. Hey, this is a tight range for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, today was a real volatility contractor. It feels like the VIX, where's the VIX at? The VIX came off of it a little bit. It's still 2260. God, that almost pierced my fucking ear. Well, you know, just to do a quick zoom out, one as well, do it on the stream because I'm gonna do it as soon as I close it anyway. Might as well just show you what I'm looking at. Oh, it's on. So this is something I like to do. I practice it at the end of every day and at the start of every session. We zoom out and kind of look at the profiles right here. So nothing really changed except for the fact that we're just kind of balancing higher still, even on the monthly basis, right? If you were just look at the kind of bodies of the profile or of the candlesticks on the monthly basis, you kind of see they're basically overlapping. So just building value or balancing higher. And I would say, you know, you kind of had like this balance lower. All of a sudden we're balancing higher. I mean, not really much you can take from it, except for the fact that typically the market will balance before it breaks through something. And if it's looking to break through that excess, this could be where it balances from first before making some upside. But we could still get like a candlestick that looks like this as well, right? Maybe the market moves lower, maybe it touches the gap, but still stays up here. So no real new information here from this. The weekly, right? We broke below last week's low. Still some decent excess down here from this kind of doji week. We're closing below our balanced low, and but we're still maintaining this downtrend for the most part. Daily, the daily is pretty much closing the daily is closing positive here, but just barely, and right at the 100 moving average. And profile, right, values overlapping. We're just inside day, no real new information there. I'll look at this on the SPX actually real quick. Yeah, so the SPX closes basically right on its 100 daily moving average as well. Is that 3.8? Take a peek at the dollar today, right? It's balancing at its low, still not above that 105. Came really close to it though, but didn't get it. Bonds, and this is kind of what everyone's talking about, right? Bonds diverging from the market. The market's traded lower the past couple of days. Bonds been breaking out. So what platform do you use for the market profile? I use Sierra Charts, but also NinjaTrader. And you can also get a profile on here if you really wanted to on TOS. If you want like monkey bars, you'd have to go like this. This is on bonds too, so I mean, it's going to take forever to aggregate. We're just not going to do it. You see Apple today getting beat down again pretty bad here. Apple doesn't look great. But other than that, where's Tesla? Tesla got beat down pretty good as well. But nothing too crazy. Microsoft got beat down the past couple days with the market. So did Meta. Google also. And we can see the VIX, a little bit of contraction from how it was earlier in the morning, but still elevated a bit. And the moving averages don't have anything to do. They're just on the chart. Obviously, you can't use a moving average on the VIX, really. Because you're not supposed to do technical analysis. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it. Make sure that you guys are managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And if you don't have a trade plan, don't trade. And if you are interested in coming in the trade room, you know, just let me know and I'll shoot you that Discord message. But other than that, you guys have a wonderful day, and I will catch you guys later. You finished?